everybody's doing wonderfully on this Sunday. One of the sad realities of doing one of the sad things about doing this on a Sunday is realizing that it's the end of the weekend, but on the other side of that, it's good to end the weekend with something really nice and fun. Taking a look at some stuff really quickly here. Trying to make sure I've got everything right and in line. There we go. Not too bad. Tech equipment, all that kind of good stuff. Working with this stuff working with the tech that I have can be really silly, blessing and a curse type of thing, and taking a look to make sure the levels are right, taking a look to make sure that everything else, and then I get a message as well. So it's one of those types of incidents rather. But a lot of fun. Let's tilt this up. Maybe a little bit more towards my mouth so I can sound perhaps a bit more clear. I think I tightened this. Yeah, there we go. That's a lot. So I was able to tighten it since the last time where I was saying it was all wonky, and now I think it sounds a lot better, or at least it feels a lot better to be tightened just there. So that's really nice. We are on the... Let's turn that down a little more. We're coming up to the very end. This is very likely the finale, the final episode of Eternal Darkness, as we are in Alex's chapter. We started just a little bit of Alex's chapter last time, and it's a longer chapter because it's not actually in the Tome of Eternal Darkness. This is now, we've read everything on the Tome of Eternal Darkness, so this is now us trying to do basically what her grandfather did again, I guess. I was trying to say that. And, or in reverse, something to that effect. But anyway, we send this really quickly. There we go. That seems to be good. Let's see. nice to just kind of do things slow. If you are someone who's, especially if you're someone of today's, product of today's kind of rush world, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to just, kind of just take things at your leisure, I guess. And that's one of the things I really like about streaming, to be fair, is I'm playing a game that I want to play. I get to talk with really cool people. People pop in and ask questions or help me navigate things. And I just get to enjoy gaming, and especially gaming that I missed out on. For example, Eternal Darkness is not one of those games that I have a great long history with. I have a history with it a little bit, but it's not one of those that I have a great detailed history with. And I have not played it in a long time. I played it the very first time I played it was a long time ago, but then I played it again on the channel, like 4 years ago? Or no, longer than that now. It's been 8 years ago almost. 7 years ago. Something like that. It's been a long time. And that's crazy to me. And so now I'm getting to kind of come back and play this game. And, I don't know, it's just fun. It's nice to kind of take things slow. Sitting here with my green tea and honey, just playing a video game. I think it's really nice. So, one of my hopes is, if you are someone who is rush, a byproduct of today, everything's got to be done, your school you constantly have homework, and this has got to be done, this assignment's got to be done, or you're in college, and you've got finals coming up, which of course you wouldn't at this point, right? We're not there yet, but you've got finals coming up at some point, and you've got, this assignment is due, etc., this paper, or you're an adult, and you've got so much work to go back to tomorrow. Remember that you don't exist to consistently be rushing around for someone else. Remember that can be a part of it, but remember that you exist to take moments of your life slowly as well, and to enjoy it. And it can be simple, it doesn't have to be. I mean, obviously there's that unfortunate consequence of today is you do have to do a lot of things for a lot of people, and they become time sensitive, and it does create this kind of rush. But I'm encouraging you to slow down, if only but for once a week. To turn your TikTok scrolling into a long-form YouTube video, or an audiobook, or heck, a real book. To turn your jumping about the games on your respective game passes to trying to pass the entirety of a game you really happen to resonate with, or that resonates with you. It doesn't have to be all the time. It doesn't have to be every day. But it is just a recommendation that I think you're going to find is going to help you out quite a lot in the de-stressing. De-stressing, not distressing, D-I-S, That's what I do. I'm just relaxing, playing a game. And I do this outside too. Like right now I'm playing 2 other games, okay? But I am playing them to the end. I passed Order of Ecclesia. I started on Portrait of Ruin, and then I also wanted a less retro game. So I've said this, I'm playing Witcher 3. And that's it. That's all I'm playing right now. I'm just playing those games. Once I pass those games, which Witcher's going to take a while because it's got ton of content. And I'm looking for kind of all the side quests and Masterworks armor and all that kind of good stuff. And I'll also I have the complete edition, so I'm gonna play Hearts of Stone. I'm gonna play Blood and Wine because I absolutely love those. And then once I'm done with those, I'll start another game. And I'll play Portrait of Ruin, and I'll pass that one, and then I'll start on Dawn of Sorrow and whatever I start after Witcher 3. Maybe I go backwards. Maybe I play Witcher 2, or maybe I play Thronebreaker. For anybody who didn't know, Witcher Thronebreaker, really, really cool. If you're not a Gwent card person, really, really cool. It just kind of allows you to play story. It's got some other stuff too. This is a story game. Can be played almost like a visual novel. So really, really cool. They're not going to make any more of them because apparently Thronebreaker sold really, really poorly, which is understandable. But it's CD Projekt Red, and it's a shame to see that they do put a lot. I mean, they put a lot of love into their stuff. I think I was one of the guys in 2020 when Cyberpunk came out that I was defending them. Like, there were some people saying some really awful stuff to them online about Cyberpunk. And again, Cyberpunk came out in a wonky place. We're in a pandemic. Everybody's inside. Their demands have become higher. Game companies, this is a game company that listens. They tried to launch it, hearing that people were getting impatient during a pandemic even more so. And people were calling them some awful stuff. And I'm sitting there going, look, it's CDPR. They're gonna patch it. They're gonna fix it. Yes, it's rushed. No, it shouldn't have come out rushed, but at the same time, you guys are pressuring for it to come out. And sure enough, here we are now. They've patched the heck out of it, and it's wonderful. Like everything, the base of the game, the story, the characters, everything is great. It's just they needed to patch some compatibility issues and some graphical hiccups. And now I was playing it on the Series X in the very beginning too, so I didn't have as many issues, but like, I had a friend that was playing it on the Cyberpunk 2077 Xbox One, and he said it was just a different experience on the Series X. Now it's just a solid experience all the way across the board. They've patched out the issues. The writing is still absolutely fantastic. The gameplay is super solid. Very, very cool. Maybe that's what I'll jump to. Who knows? After Witcher, maybe I'll jump to that. I'm a big fan of CDPR. Big advocate of them. I've been an advocate of GOG, obviously. I said that before, which they own. And then I'm also a big advocate of their games. I love the Witcher games. I love Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah. Maybe that'll be what I jump to. Now, if, again, I am... I've said this before at the very beginning. I usually say this at the beginning. If I happen to be not your speed or style, so for example, I'm playing a game you don't particularly care about, I'm playing, I'm a little slower in terms of conversation and what you're looking for. Maybe that's the case. There are some great... I wonder what... Something interesting. One moment. How interesting. Take a look at something really quickly. That's really interesting. some of the... Just taking a look at some of the stuff. It looks like some of my live stuff doesn't post or isn't posting, which is okay. Music is a little loud. Can't hear me. Oh, that's okay. We can make that adjustment. But yeah, it's good to see you again in your new dramatis personae. Very, very nice. Undead Necro. Nice. Very, very cool. I'm in my rebranded form. Yeah, I heard. I didn't know that you might come in to take a look at my stream. I just, but I had heard. Yeah, she let me know. It makes it easier for me to. I guess it makes it easier for the both of us to make sure we keep the names straight and we don't go back and cause accidental issue. But it's a really cool name. It's a really cool name. Undead Necro Knight. I think when I hear that, I think Diablo automatically, just because of the Necromancer class, which is my favorite class to play as. So. Bro, I've been wanting to watch one of your streams so badly for so long. Well, I mean, you're always welcome to. I stream mostly on Sunday afternoons. I'm doing, I do retro games. I've already kind of given the schedule of what's coming. Hey Ash, how you doing? Hope you're doing famously. I gave the schedule of kind of what I'm planning to do. So if it's of interest to you, you're more than welcome to. I do have a Discord. A huge thank you to the people that created that Discord and have helped me navigate it and figure it out. That would be Bogus, that'd be Mechative, that would be Maggie, Miss Maggie. I mean, there's, and I've got thanks down to them. But I usually it usually posts in the Discord whenever I go live. It didn't this time. I actually had to manually post it, which is fine. It's just YouTube's been having issues talking back and forth, so I don't know if there's something I've done wrong somewhere, but yeah. It's in the Discord. If you'd like to, you're more than welcome to. That Discord's down below. Not allowed Discord. I'm not about that. I miss it because Sunday streams for you is midnight for me, so I'm asleep most. Oh, that's okay. I don't want to keep you up either. It's right now. It's midday. Right now it's about 2. It's 14:19, right? So 2:19 in the afternoon on a Sunday. So it's really nice. I'm a little different than Anna. Anna is very thematic, and I think that's awesome. She's, I'm going to do my face painting, and she's awesome. I mean, it's 4:26 in the morning here, which it is not 4:26 in the morning where you are. It's probably about 20 minutes past 8 in the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. How did the minutes change? It's literally just hour jumps. How did you change more than a half hour? She did. She gave me an idea. Without going into detail, she did give me an idea that pizza might not be an ideal brand for you for reasons, but... Is the music too loud? I was going to say, the music is showing up. I'm showing up in the red. The music's showing up somewhere around negative 25 decibels. Is it really that loud? Is it too loud for you? Is it still super loud? Huh. Is it loud now? Is it still loud? Let me go back and listen, because it looks like everything's kind of being wonky. On my side, it's showing the music to come in at about negative 26. Now I'm somewhere around negative 30. Give me 1 second to take a peek at this. I'm not sure why this is. Here, let me cut the music off. I think I know what's going on. That's what happened. So, sorry about that. So, Thumb, I actually had a call with Thumb Bros a couple of days ago. And I had a call with Thumb Bros. We were tech troubleshooting, and I made some adjustments to my setup to demonstrate what I was doing. And normally, what I do is when I have my audio set up, I have everything that's not pertinent to what I'm doing at that time hidden. Well, I forgot that I reactivated one of the sound, the desktop audio sound. I forgot I had done that. So now it should be muted. I'll change to the other screen and we'll see what comes through. Here, let me check this out real quick. Yeah, it should be okay. Okay, there we go. Rest in peace. Seems loud for me, but I'm... Okay, yeah, it wasn't... Okay, so yeah, I figured out what that was. Sorry about that. Seems fine now. Someone turned down that streamer. I can't hear the... Yeah, I had... So, I don't use... Everything's usually on a mixer for me, and I actually had desktop audio just coming through clean pass-through, which I don't like because I can't fade that in and out, so... Did Anna tell you why I chose the username? Now, she didn't tell me why you chose this username. She told me why the other username wasn't ideal. This username is super perfect for you. Good. I would be curious as to the story, as to what happened. Quick question I guess I have for Ash also. Ash, did you get a notification of me going live, or was it... Did it ping you whenever I hit the Discord, or what did it... It's wonky, but it didn't actually even go live on Discord automatically like it usually does. So I'm not sure if I did something wrong or made a change, but... What did I ask? I asked you, what was the reason that it's so perfect for you? Because I know why you moved away from the other one, but I'm curious as to know why this one you think is perfect for you. I was BRB a bit to lurk. No, that's fine. Whatever works for you. You're there on my subscriptions, not a direct live notification on Discord, but it is there. Yeah, I had to put the notification on Discord manually. Yeah, that username. I'm just curious. I mean, you said it was super perfect for you, so I'm just curious as to what made it perfect for you. Anyway, I'll give the heads up though. I'm different than different than Anna's. She's much more thematic. In a good way. And so she's doing I'm going to do Halloween face paint, and I'm going to play, just spontaneous games. Whereas I'm I'm going to sit down and I'm going to play this game until I finish it. So I've put up the story of kind of what I've got coming. This should be the last episode of Eternal Darkness. And then starting next week, provided everything goes well, starting next week, it should be... I have no mouth and I must scream. I made this again. I've made this announcement. It is very. Yeah, I know it's a lot of. It's kind of a long game, honestly, considering the little tiny discs, And then I have no mouth and I must scream. That game is super fun. It's creepy. It's old. It's, I think, from like 93, but it's really good. But it does cover subject matter. If you're someone who is sensitive to a lot, I mean, pretty well anything. If you are sensitive to anything at all that is, that is not politically correct, this game is going to be uncomfortable because it is a horror game where it does not have regard for how people feel. It just wants you to feel bad and uncomfortable and scared, and sympathize. So, you may want to miss that one if you are someone who has those kinds of inclinations. It's a game that does not pull its punches. Again, I've said this too. You go to the Holocaust in this one while that's the thing that's going on. So it's dark, but I like it a lot because it does well what it's supposed to, which is be a scary, terrible, awful thing. Let's see. So I really love the dead and undead like necromancers, skeletons and all, and the only type of magic I like is necromancies, and I happen to love knights, hence the username. In the name Necro stands for necromancer. Okay, that's good. Necromancer, one who is magic among the dead. Necro obviously meaning dead or death. Necromancy generally being the magics that resurrect or reanimate dead or death. But necro itself means, there are other words, right, that start with necro. So necro itself means dead or death. I believe a play off of the Latin, which I believe for death is nex, N-E-X. I could be wrong, though. I recently finished reading the I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream book and I didn't know they made a comic of it, but the book is really good. But so the book, I want to be very clear, the video game was actually written by the same author, which is Harlan Ellison. I'm a big fan of Harlan Ellison. I've been a big fan of his for decades. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream actually came out in the 60s. The short story, right? Came out in the 60s. And Harlan decided in the 90s he was going to come back and make this video game with this team. I couldn't fit necromancer since it's too long, so I short, which makes sense. I mean, necro still means death, right? If you put mancer in there, then I think people would still pick it up, but mancer is the magic part of it, whereas necro means dead or undead, so that's fair. It's fair. I mean, to be fascinated with death is the other side of the coin. A lot of people are fascinated with life. I think to be fascinated with death is a natural phenomenon also. I'm not fascinated with death or life, either one. I just am terrified at the prospect of age. That's the only thing that scares me, but death, no boy. Undead, dead knight. So the deads cancel each other, so it's just unknight. No, it's really cool. I think it's really cool. Undead necro knight, so necro for short, I assume. The entirety of it, I would assume. Or UNK, I guess, but that's unk is probably not as catchy as something else like necro might be. So, but it's also difficult because necro, unless said very clearly into a microphone, could also sound like something that probably shouldn't be said, right? I have a good microphone, but if I very quickly said necro, somebody could think that I was saying something else. So it's one of those things. It's a really cool name, but I don't know what the best way to address it without running the risk of accidentally saying something that could be construed as really bad would be. So that's the conundrum, I think, for me. But I'll make sure I try to be respectful in using the name as well. Yeah, the N-word, which I was only told about like 2 days ago, and I warned Anna's. Yeah, it's a cool sounding word, and when you have necromancer, necromancy, etc., but when you have just necro, it comes off quickly. If somebody doesn't have the most perfect cadence, it could sound a little rough. Not that the name means anything bad, it's just, But anyway, yeah, so I'll be coming. So anyway, Harlan Ellison, 60s, writes this short story. Short story is kind of uncomfortable, but not really. That's why I go by necro, but if that's not a night, I may do night if that's okay, just so that if in doing things quickly, and especially with other sounds, somebody doesn't try to clip that and go, oh, he said, Of course I didn't, but I don't want people to be silly about it. I don't think the people I have in here would, but yeah. I appreciate that. But so anyway, so the game came out in 1993. Yeah, 1993. And Harlan Ellison wrote it. and he came back and voiced Am. And since you've read the book and the comics, you know who Am is. I don't know I don't know the comics, but you can't go through that plot line without knowing Am, right? So Harlan helped them write the story for this one. It is at least 10 times worse than the worst. The best thing in this is probably 10 times worse than the worst thing in the book. It's just so much more uncomfortable. And then Harlan comes back and he voices Am, arguably one of the best voice actors in the game, arguably the best voice actor in the game. Like he brings so much awesome to Am. Very, very cool. Hey, Fighting Max, how are you doing? Hope you're doing wonderfully. Oh, hey, I saw. I didn't get to catch. I came on too late. We were up super late, so I ended up crashing out quite early, and I didn't get to catch until the very end of your Phoenix Wright stream. So I'm so sorry I missed that. Were you able to get through the what was it? Sister's case? I can't remember what it was called. It looked like the title said you were doing that and Turnabout Samurai, but I didn't know. I didn't get to go back and see if you got through it or if it just started you on Turnabout. You did it off camera and then it got you on Turnabout Samurai. Objection. Am, from what I've seen, has been voted by some people to be the most vile and worst evil villain ever to have existed. He is, and the beautiful thing about him, and this is what Harlan thought about, which I think is wonderful, is Am is the most vile villain, and the reason he's the most vile villain is because he embodies what humanity is. So Am is really just kind of this catalyst. Am is just kind of this catalyst for what humanity generally happens to be. So the most vile villain isn't the machine, it's the men who informed it. Oof. Harlan, I wish he was still around. He was brilliant. He passed away, I think, in it wasn't that long ago, but it was a decent time ago at the same time. So I got to. Oh, very nice. I love it. What did I kept harping on that case. Was it the wiretap? Was it just that they had the, was it just that did you get it right and they just didn't have the, I don't know, they just didn't, you just didn't present it in the right place. I don't know that game very well. Turns out I was screwed either way on the first run through. I had to get 1 point deducted and I was on my last. Oh, that's not fair. You shouldn't have, that's not fair. That's silly. You should never have a mandatory life loss because of, I mean, I get it where like, I say that, but then I love Castlevania, and Castlevania had desperation attacks, so, you know. You had to present the wrong evidence. Okay, fair enough. That's silly. I mean, you did great. I like, it's just that silly that's how that has to play out. I'll have to remember it when I eventually play through it. When it comes to mystery, I love mystery and puzzle games. Generally, though, I'm doing a lot of I have all of the Sherlock Holmes games. Like, that's where I usually will go, and most of them aren't quite like that. I really like the Sherlock Holmes games, though. I watch this YouTube who talks about games, shows, and movies and psychology in them. Like, one of my fave videos is his where he talks about games and anime and movie using time as a method of storytelling. Oh, that is really cool. The thing that I do, so I guess it's been a while since you've been here, and the format's changed a little bit. There's no hard cut format. What I've started to do is, if there are people such as yourself, the video made me cry. Oh, well, I mean, that would have had to have been a really in-depth video then. So I think that's a good thing. To elicit an emotion in somebody, especially one that's strongest to cause outward, reaction is, I think, a really cool and powerful thing. I think it's really nice. So in this, what I've done is I've kind of changed it up. At the very beginning, I hang around and talk with whoever's in the chat. If there happens to be, if there's not, I just kind of go on with what happens either which way. I mean, it's that's what it is. But I kind of just stay here and talk for a little bit about what everybody else might want to talk about and catch up, see how they're doing, see, it's just a fun little forum to see what's going on with everybody and keeping up to date and all that kind of fun stuff. I think we talked about a lot of stuff last time. So, but in this case, we have you in here now, so we have all these other different topics. We've got to talk about the username and such. Fighting Max, of course, doing his awesome thing. I will go ahead and say again, I did say this last time. Again, if I'm not quite the speed of somebody who watches this channel, whether you're watching it right now, whether you watch it after the fact, but if I'm not quite the speed of somebody who's watching this, I do have links below for people that I do believe may be more your speed, that are people that I do advocate for and condone, like Thumb Bros, like Vidi, like Ash, and like Omega. But honestly, I have seen, again, and I've said this last time, Fighting Max's streams, and I think they're really really fun. They're really interesting. He's kind of, especially with his Phoenix Wright one, he's had this kind of work alongside the audience, kind of work alongside the chat to solve the puzzles. And I think it's a really cool interactive experience. If you're looking for something that's just kind of a gamer playing a game and then getting people involved while he's doing that, in what I consider to be a pretty organic and wholesome way, and maybe I'm wrong, but from what I've seen, I don't think so. You might want to check out Fighting Max as well. His stuff's pretty cool. His stuff is in the Discord as well. It posts when he goes live. I think it's worth it. Thank you for promoting my streams, although you really didn't have to. It's just promotion. Again, for me, it's never a numbers game. Promotion for me is just something. If I enjoy it, I want to share it with other people, right? It's kind of like if I order a dish and I take a bite and it's the most delicious thing ever, why would I not suggest that my wife get to take a bite off of my plate as well, right? The same thing applies with my friends, right? If I have something I enjoy and I think it's fun, I'm going to recommend it because I had so much fun with it. I'm not going to recommend it just because of numbers. Your stuff is fun. It's fun to get to talk with you. It's fun to get to interact. It's fun to get to... So I think it's great. But very, very fun. Thumb Bros, of course, is doing stuff. He's running 1 million miles a minute right now with different races, race preps, coordinations, and so on and so forth. All of those are in his Discord. But I have his links down here for his Let's Play, Let's Practice, etc. Of course, we've got Ash. Ash's stuff is forthcoming. So, like I said, I'd keep an eye on that channel, and I'd keep notifications on if you do, just so you can see when things do come up, because I know there are things in the works right now, and I think that's going to be a lot of it's going to be a lot of fun. Like I said, he's had stuff before that's gone up. I've been a huge fan of. I think it's great. Omega Ace Gaming, he's playing through ActRaiser right now. A lot of fun to see him go through that for the first time, especially a game that's so multifaceted. And he's pretty easy to reach out and talk to as well when it comes to chat and listening and just playing, talking back and forth. It's really fun. And then, of course, Vidi's gaming videos and Vidi Plays, both a full long-form style review and react channel, as well as a candid just let's play by myself, let's play with friends. His stuff is super fun to watch. And it's just there's a kind of a joviality and just a lightheartedness to it. So all of these are channels I heavily recommend checking out and keeping an ear to the ground with and taking a look at it. Of course, hopefully something will be more your variety, your speed, your flavor. Appreciate the shout as always, but I will say that link will soon be invalid, as I plan to return very soon with something. Oh, okay. Well, whenever you come out with a new one, if you don't mind sharing it with me, I'll pop it down there instead so that we can do that. Well, so you guys heard it here first. Hey, it's got an exclusive. Thank you. You guys heard it here first, but Ash has got some new stuff coming. So we'll hopefully, if you're willing to, we'll get that link. We'll pop it down there. I'm super excited to see stuff. Your new stuff. Like I said, a huge fan of your old stuff. I really liked it. He did some reviews, which were great. Did some comedy stuff, which is amazing. His sense of humor is infinitely better than mine, which is somewhere between dad humor and no humor at all. So that's what happens being a dad, I guess. I'm so thankful for discovering people like you and Anna. I couldn't be any more grateful about it, as you guys have been there through so many things in my life, like celebrating my birthday, which I can't ever. It was nice. It was just, and I got to give more credit to Anna than me on that, because you have to bear this in mind. In my case, it's the room, right? But I'm going back and forth to work every day. She goes completely, and not to say I didn't want to help, and not to say I didn't help and wasn't happy to participate. It was great. But she comes up with these ideas, and then she just goes out and buys all the stuff, and is like, I'm going to make this for him. It's going to be so happy. Like, she's got a huge mind. Like, she's incredibly intelligent, but she's got an even bigger heart. And I love that. I love that she. I love that about her. Is what I'm trying to say. And I love that we could do something to help celebrate with you. You know, it's tricky, it's tough, it's hard to do something like that when you're literally half the world apart. But it was so good to get to share some of that warmth and that love and heart with you. I think it was wonderful. So I appreciate you for letting us. That is a very generous comparison. Which comparison? What did I say? I said something probably wrong. I'm sorry. I made a comparison. I don't know what comparison I made, but I probably messed up somewhere. Oh, no, that's fair. That's completely fair. I thought you were talking about something. No, that's fair. That's the thing. It's really nice. Like YouTube is such a difficult place. It's such a difficult place to find good, not just manufactured content. There's a candor and there's a kindness and there's a genuine enjoyment. So I think that's the least I could compare it to. It's really good stuff. I really enjoy it. So first video will definitely fit the month. That's all I'll say. Oh, that'll be great. Being a big horror fan, and I know you are that tetrated, that's going to be fun. Please post new channel in Discord as soon as you can. Oh, heck yes. Yeah, we'll put it in the Discord for sure, and then I'll take it and pop it into my videos, and we'll go retrospectively. If people watch it coming back, then they can take a peek there. I hope that'll do. My YouTube is just filled with clips from my Twitch streams. You being there is just enough. Oh no, it's been great. It's been really fun. And we get to see your stuff. Anna's gotten to see your stuff. She's more familiar with Twitch than I am. I don't know a lot about it. Like she's the expert. I'm kind of the new guy. Like you can see, my setup's very basic. It's very rudimentary. It's literally a microphone, some screens, and a game. She's got all the cool fancy stuff. So she helps me figure out how we can best do something with, it's her. It's her, it's you, it's, I'm the one that's a doofus in this, getting left behind. So before that year, I never had somebody do such a thing for me. I wish we could have done more. And I know she said the same thing. We wish we could have done more. It's so difficult when the world is, when you're separated by half of the world, no matter which direction you go. So, but it was just nice to kind of, be able to get together and celebrate and try to do something. It's hard to do that. But it was nice to kind of do that and just to be together and just, have fun. We'll learn more about what you can do to get, like, we'll learn more about community things that can happen and you can get together on and stuff like that, I'm sure, as we go along. But it was nice. That day and the day after, I couldn't stop crying. Well, it was just, again, we wish we could have done more. It's just, we had never tried to do something. It was just kind of the first try we had to be able to do. So, but it was just, we'll get better. We'll figure out more stuff. We'll figure out how to make things more interactive, I'm sure. It was fun. Your setup is not that basic. It's pretty, we tried. We tried. It was hard to do. We wanted to make something special. We wanted to kind of, that was the kind of things. We wanted to celebrate a birthday, and so we tried to do like interactive games, and we tried to do like silly stuff. We kind of tried to do silly stuff that was, live, and it didn't all work perfectly because we were still trying to figure things out and learn stuff. It's difficult to figure that out, and it was the first time doing it, but it was nice to get to. We really tried. Your setup is not. It's like the equipment is nice. It's nice equipment, but it is basic. I appreciate you saying that, but again, it's the game. It's my voice on a microphone, and it's the couple of screens. I like the tech part of it, but I don't do the camera. I don't have the cool. I don't have the camera. I don't do the cool how to get in and out of game. I don't have all the dono stuff or whatever. Can I ask a question that's a bit more serious and spark some real discussion? Sure can. Sure, go ahead. Sure. Dr. Pepper's here. Neat. Yeah, I'm on the same bandwagon. Neither for me. Water is peak. Yeah. I'm much more water. Neither band. That's my band. So angry. I should be happy about that. Dr. Pepper. I mean, I should be a Dr. Pepper fan, right? Dr. Pepper is a Texas invention, but I guess That's a Texas thing, and I should be a big Texas fan, but I'm not. I'm just kind of, I like what I like. But water's definitely tipped off. I actually, again, Sunday, my ritual, I have green tea with 1 spoonful of honey, with Manuka honey, just to keep me hydrated and all the good stuff up. Nice, though. Water's my favorite drink, too. Good. Soda's gross. Ban the stream. Streamer's banned from his own. Well, am I? If you like it, that's good. Yeah, it's I was gonna say it's a Texas thing. I should have that Texas. I don't care. There's a lot of stuff that comes from Texas that I don't care about. 7-Eleven, AT&T, like I don't care about all those. Pepsi comes from. I don't think that sounds like that could be true, but I know that's not. Pepsi comes from the Russian scientist Vladimir Pepsinov. Vladimir. Bro, we don't even got next. This is a very good thing, so we don't have any opinions on it. Totally. Dr. Pepper, like I'm not a soda guy. I'm really not. I used to like. I started like I haven't been a soda guy for a long time. The only time that I will drink a soda and usually it's going to be like a Sprite or a 7-Up. 7-Up is preferable for me, but Sprite or 7-Up, and it's going to have the sugar in it, is if I have an upset stomach. And ginger ale, well, I'll actually probably do ginger ale before both of those. If I have an upset stomach, then I'll drink just a little bit to settle my stomach, and I'd rather have the sugar than the sugar alcohol, because sugar alcohol hurts my stomach even more, and I don't have a lot of sugar to begin with. Like, in a day, I think most of my the majority of my sugar will come from because one of the few things that I can have that's not meat is peanut butter. I might have peanut butter, and it might have a little bit of sugar to it, but mostly not. I tried both Dr. Pepper and Sprite when I was younger, and I didn't like either. Yeah, never tried it. That's fair. I forget you guys call it soda. Any places in America call it pop. Yeah. So I think it's the North. So everybody calls it something different. Soda is not what we call it either from where I am. Soda is what it's supposed to be called in the general spectrum of neutral American. In the Northeast, I think is when not Northeast. My understanding is kind of like closer to like Wisconsin and stuff like that. And I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. They call it pop. Down here in the South, everybody down here just calls it Coke. Any of them. It doesn't matter what it is. Like, it's not a brand specific. It's just a Coke. If somebody asks you if you want to go get a Coke, they're not asking you if you want to go get Coca-Cola. They're asking you, do you want to go get a fountain beverage? Right? But it's all just called Coke down here. So I like fruit juices more than soda, like mango, watermelon. I think, but maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think you have access to better. I think you have access to better and more fresh fruits. America is so high. We're so hyper processed. Everything is so hyper processed that by the time a fruit, unless you're just going and buying it and juicing it yourself, by the time you get most of even the fruit, by the time you get most of the stuff, it's gotten so much added to it. It's ridiculous. Apparently, you call Wibbly something like, wait, you call the. Yeah, I think we all call them breadsticks, though. People are going to assume, yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, they could mean that too. Like I said, down here it's a real colloquial thing. So it's this state and maybe 8 others east, right? So I'm not been shy about. I'm in Texas. I don't care if you know, because it's literally the second most populated, second largest. The odds of you finding me, even if you narrowed it down to that, are not big. You drive from one end of the state to the other, or up and down, or side to side. It's going to take you half a day just to do the drive without taking breaks. I'm not worried about it. Oh God, I don't think I've been shy about that. I'm in Texas, but yeah, I'm in Texas. But I'm sure that there's a whole slew of I assume that there's a whole slew of stereotypes of Texas, because maybe I'm wrong again, but I don't think I sound like what people imagine Texans to sound like. And I don't lay claim to being a Texan, to be completely fair. I have a lot of different impacts that have informed who I am. But yeah. Kind of not even here. Everything is processed in chemicals. Yeah. It's kind of how it is here. I didn't really know that was the case. That's kind of how it is over here, though. I thought that there were, as you started to go away from America, I thought there were several different rules that several other countries had implemented to prevent it from being more chemical. So I didn't know. Like the fruit juices over here have literal. I'm going to say it's going to sound conspiratorial, but some of the color additives that we have are actually really just bad for the body, and we just add them to change the color. It has no effect on the taste, which I avoid those like the plague. I almost only eat meat. That's pretty that's 90. I said 95. It's probably closer to 98% of my diet is just meat. I can't really eat vegetables. I wish I could, but they hurt my stomach. Almost all of them. I would like to know what area in America genuinely dislikes English people the most. LOL. Yeah, your accent is not that southern. Oh, I think what I have is generally considered to be a neutral accent. I've heard some people describe it as a pseudo-transatlantic accent because I have emphasis in some areas that are decidedly less American English and decidedly perhaps more European English, I suppose I could say, that to just make a vast generalization. And examples of that would be in words like little. In words like little, where I use a glottal stop, that's not as common in America. That's more common in Scotland, for example. Does that a little bit more. But I don't know if that's true. I wouldn't claim to. I claim to have an accent that is fairly neutral, certainly American. That's all I can say. I think I talk more Southern, but that could just be an impediment. I don't know that it's an impediment. Imagine being English. I don't know if it's an impediment. So the thing about it is one of the things about Texas, which is interesting, which a lot of people don't know about, I think I've said this before, Texas actually has 4 major languages. In Texas, right? There are 4 major languages in Texas. It's not just an English or Spanish type of place, right? English is very, very common, obviously. Spanish is incredibly, incredibly common. So most of us can speak a little bit of both or both, and in both ways, right? Whether your first language be Spanish and you speak a little English, or you speak English as a first language and you speak a little bit of Spanish. Most of us can speak both languages decently well. And then we also have down in the South Central, and I say this, down South Central, but also in the far west, Northwest, a lot of German. We have a lot of German speakers. There are towns in Texas that speak exclusively German, but we have a huge German community. That speak both low and high variants of German. If you're down in South Central, it's going to be High German. If you're up in the north and west, I apologize, north and west of Texas, it's going to be Low German. A lot of German. And then if you are, which German's not my forte, I can get by High German, not Low. My sister, I think, knows Low German, not High. But anyway, we can get by. And then as you go down farther to the south and the east, closer to like Port Arthur and things of that nature, towns of that nature, you're going to get a lot of French. You get a lot of Texas Cajuns, and that means a lot of Cajun French and French in general. So, and my French is decent, I suppose. BRB? Yeah, no worries. All my exes live in Texas, fun fact. It's big enough to carry... Second most populated state in the United States. California is most populated, and then Texas is the second largest in landmass, second to Alaska. But Alaska is frozen tundra. A lot of it is frozen and not difficult to live in. So Texas is kind of everybody gets a lot of notoriety for those reasons. But yeah. Does High German and Low German just depend on if you stand? No, they're two variations of the German language. I think California is a simulation. I don't know. It could be. I mean, they've got a lot of good. California's got a lot of good stuff. They're one of the biggest players in industry all the way across the board, right from technology to to acting and actors and such. But Texas has Texas is pretty close up there. I wouldn't think that. So here's the thing about Texas. This is a fun fact, or maybe not a fun fact. Depends on where you live. Forgive me one moment while I adjust my seating, and I'll go over it. There we go. So where I live, let's go through. We'll go 3 years back. We'll go to 2021. So where I lived in the summer was, and I'm going to go with Fahrenheit, Fighting Max. Ash, if I'll give you an estimate in Celsius, because I know it doesn't immediately translate over, but in 2021, June, July, and August had several days where we were at 115-ish degrees Fahrenheit. Very desert, right? And the hottest we've ever gotten, I think, is like 120, right? I have a bit of Celsius on my eyes. What does that mean? I'm just going to give you an estimate. We were getting, it's about 46 degrees Celsius, yeah. And then, so that was what we did when it came to cellulite. Okay. Now I was like, what is? I don't know why I immediately was thinking like a leg shaving thing, and I was like, what does that have to do with anything? I wasn't even thinking about weight. I was just thinking about shaving. You caught me off guard. I'm sorry. So it was for June, July, August, several days in those months. We were 115 degrees Fahrenheit. We were 46 degrees ish, 46.1 ish degrees Celsius, right? And then we moved in that same winter and the February that followed. We were in one of the greatest winter crises that we had ever been in, and we were at somewhere around the neighborhood of -32, -33 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 35, 36, -35, -36 in Celsius, I believe, somewhere around there. So yeah, -35. So is it just -35, -36? I was gonna say, but yeah, -35 degrees Celsius, right? Ish. That's about right. So that was the summers here are pretty commonly between 109 and 115 Fahrenheit, and then the winters here get down to 35. Okay, so I couldn't remember. I knew it was somewhere in the, it does. You were, that's fair. 35, 36, right? I was trying to do it in my head, and I don't. It's like 1.77 or something like that. So anyway, I was in the ballpark. I appreciate you for helping. I'm hoping you're fact checking me through, or you've done the math on the paper. Welcome back, Knight. But yeah, so we get we get from the hottest of the hots with just no relief in the summer, and there's about 10 months of summer, by the way. And then the 2 months of winter took our entire electric grids, our roads, our emergency, everything down. I mean, it was just, that's how it was. Our entire power grid crashed. We were for days, we were without power, and that's okay. We know how to do it. So we had fires and everything. We weren't bothered by it, but we were without power for days, and I was like, all right. So that's how Texas, that's how our part of Texas is. Want to hear a bad joke? Sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, bearing in mind, I hope it's not like pointed at anybody, but sure. That sounds terrible. Why would you live there? Housing is cheap. That's one reason. Jobs are pretty good and plentiful. And yeah. What did the piece of bread say to the other piece of... Why? Why? I mean, okay, I guess. Good God, Knight. Housing is cheap as such. Yeah, housing is cheap is a big one. Housing is cheaper here. Housing is cheaper here. The weather, notwithstanding, it's cheaper here. Taxes, you only have one tax rate. So if you go, for example, to like New Mexico, or if you go to Colorado, the taxes are different. where you go. I like how he says a joke and then immediately it is a good reason though, right? But like taxes, if you go into Colorado, if you go into New Mexico, the taxes, at least it seemed like something that Anna would also giggle, and I just it was in that same vein of humor. It was it was in that same vein of humor. It threw me off guard, if I'm to be honest. It definitely did that. But yeah, like if you go into New Mexico, if you go into Colorado, if you go into the other states, the different areas have different taxes, right? You go into New Mexico, and if you're in Albuquerque, for example, the tax rate is one thing. If you go 15 minutes later outside of 15 minutes outside of Albuquerque to Berlin, in she done giggled up a storm. Yeah, I figured as much. It's right. That seems like right up her alley. She's I figured that would be. But the taxes are different. You pay different taxes when you buy something. It doesn't matter what you buy. You go and buy something, your taxes are going to be, maybe it's 11% here, maybe it's 13% here. In Texas, doesn't matter where you go, whatever you buy, 8.25%. So good housing, good taxes, or cheaper taxes. You don't have to pay state taxes when you do your yearly review. You don't have to pay state taxes separate, which is a bugger. You just pay federal. Lot of diversity in. I'm made for bad jokes. Wait until you at some point become a parent. I'm sure that'll dad jokes just come with the territory. I don't think I was ever particularly funny, and I can tell you that now. I've been a dad for a long time, but I can tell you that when I became a dad, my sense of humor didn't get better. It got more frequent, but it didn't get better. But anyway, yeah, you go and you have it's just they make it a little easier to live here. It's not perfect by any stretch. I mean, there's a lot of culture, a lot of different languages, a lot of great people. Yeah, the weather's terrible though. The weather's terrible. If I were just talking about weather, I'd much rather live in New England or Washington State or Colorado. But if we're talking about everything factored in, Texas is all right. Texas is okay. I'd love to be a dad. Well, someday. Maybe someday. It's a great and a sad thing to have children, to watch them grow up so quickly, but also to be so proud of the kids that you have, and I am immensely proud of mine. So I hate where I live. I walked to the shop earlier, and a homeless woman walked up to me saying she would give me it. Why? Why is that the case? Oh, that's funny. No, shoes don't even fit me. How's the heat over there? Heat over here is like a heat wave for an entire month. Yeah, so for over here, the heat is 10 months, right? 9 or 10 months. Starting in about March, and then going all the way up until you get to almost December. It's about 10 months of heat. It's starting to mild out now. By the time we hit November, it'll probably start to get pretty cold. Right now it's peak desert, right? So right now it's kind of peak desert. So in the daytime, it's not super hot right now. In the daytime, it's about in the 90s, and then at nighttime it drops down to like 50 Fahrenheit. By the way, so it has that big. It is a desert. I mean, it's absolutely a desert. There's very, very little rain. So yeah, it's very, very, very. Me and my other half want to live on some island where it's dark and cold most of the year. I forgot the name. I don't know. Scandinavia. If I could pick a place, general Scandinavia would be amazing. I would love to. Bro, every time I think about going to the U.S., I keep getting dissuaded. The U.S. is a great place to come and visit. It is. It's really nice. Even if you wanted to live here, it's just... So here's the thing. The U.S. is huge. bear in mind, I know generally where you live is also pretty big, right? But as big as it is, it's not as crowded, perhaps, because I know also that the population of whereabout you live is decently high also. And over here, it's not super crowded, and so there's a lot of room to spread out. I mean, there are entire states where you can just go and spread. Wyoming, great example, huge state, maybe 500,000 people live there. The weather's great, hostile winds being the worst thing, and that's not even that bad. It's just a lot of land, decent temperature. I mean, that would be the place to go. It's if you wanted peace and quiet and decent weather. You've got rainy areas. You've got like cold and rainy areas. You've got, like I said, Washington State. Places like Spokane are really big. Colorado is really big. New England is really big. And New England's got several states in there that you can fall into that are really nice. If you want snowy or colder climate, again, Colorado's big. Wisconsin is really big. Michigan's really big. I mean, there's all kinds of beautiful places. So, yeah, I'm never going to the USA. You're not going to find me ended up in a pot being cooked. We wouldn't do that to you, but I will give you. There's actually a funny story that now that you say that, and it's funny in a morbid and a sad way. Heat is my kryptonite. I can't handle the nosebleeds I get every time heat wave is say about. Oh, good Lord, yeah, it gets hot specifically where I am, but it's not always that hot, right? There is a sad thing. This is really sad. So there was an experiment that was done to try and... It was an experiment that was done that was trying to make... It was a social experiment, basically. And the idea was that they were going to build this little poorly made hitchhiker bot, they call it. It's basically a big life-size plastic human, right? And made of a bunch of different things. And the idea was that they were going to put it on one end of a country or a state or whatever, and they were going to ask for it to get to the other end. And the idea is that it can't do anything by itself. So I think they did it in Germany, and I think Germany, no problem, made it from one end of the country to the other. And I think some other European countries made it from one end to the other. Finally makes its way into New England, New York, whatever, something over there in that area, that general northeastern area. And I think it was there for less than 2 weeks, and it was disassembled and found in a ditch. So, America's definitely a more hostile place. Like, the world is filled with awful people, but I think most of them live probably somewhere in the United States. That would be my guess. I'm not a good person either, but I don't think I would just randomly disassemble somebody. I don't think well, that's hard to say. I say I'm not a good person, but I'm not maybe good. I don't think that's the case. Make sure it has a stab-proof vest on it. Yeah, it was literally disassembled. I mean, arms and legs had been pulled entirely off of it, thrown into a ditch. Maybe it was done by some random reckless kids, but the question remains, how did it get all the way through Germany, but you couldn't even make it 2 states in the United States? And by the way, up in the northeastern areas where we have a cluster of incredibly tiny states, like those states are not the size. Like those states are not the size of Germany. Texas, you could fit a couple of different, land masses in. You could fit a lot of England into one Texas. You can't fit England into a New Jersey. The hitchhiker bot had blunt trauma, and and 2 stab wounds. Yeah. So I can say that Americans are probably some of the most dangerous people. And I don't know if that's a good... that may sound good if you're, our military is one of the most dangerous. Well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about American people. If you came over as a hitchhiker, we're talking about American people being some of the most dangerous, randomly evil people. Really sad. If it is a simulation, then if American people are a simulation, assume the world is a simulation, right? And you could argue that, Germany is a simulation for order and too much, order. And you could argue that Italy is a simulation of art, in our artistic simulation. Definitely, if we were to follow that game logic, I would say that America can fall in the survival horror genre. That's what I would say. thankfully, from Americans I've seen and talked to, they've been really nice to me. I don't think most Americans, that's the problem, is I don't think most Americans are bad people. I just think that when you get here, the most dangerous people in the world probably live here. But I don't think that most Americans are those people, right? We have 330, almost, we're not there quite yet, but I think we're 330 million, which is not a lot. And I would argue probably out of 330 million, maybe a few thousand are that bad. That's not good, but, you know, better than coming over here and saying, oh, anybody I run into is going to automatically want to hurt me. That's not the truth. There are a lot of great people here. It's just the most dangerous are also here, too. England is a simulation for fish and chips. I think people would argue civility. I don't necessarily know if that'd be accurate, but I think that the general outside looking in version would call them in that way. America is just one big Family Guy episode gone wrong. Yeah, kind of. France is a simulation of surrender. They could also be a simulation of culture and architecture, of culinary art. It could be a cooking simulator, if you wanted to really relegate it to a single good thing, right? Of course, France is great, many great things, but if you wanted to relegate it to a single good thing, you could say it's like a cooking simulator, cooking simulation. They've got phenomenal food. Specifically, which I can't have them anymore, but they're baked goods. I've only ever encountered a nice English person. I've only encountered one nice English person. Every other has not been very nice. Really? There's also a lot of cultural interweave, which is kind of interesting because there was something that was talking about. I like to learn new languages, and I like to speak languages. And well, who knows, Ash? You might have been the one nice guy, the one nice guy. But one of the things that was brought up is the how do I want to say this? Yeah, Jamaican. Yeah. Oh, Ash is really great. It was a lot of fun to get to talk with him. He looks, you'd be surprised, but the profile picture is actually, a candid picture of him. They just caught a picture of him off guard, but he just looks like a low poly Jackie Chan. Pixelated. But yeah, so what I was saying is I like to learn languages, and one of the things that was said, if you go to Italy and you try to speak Italian, then the Italian people generally will kind of, yeah, you got this, keep going. Like it's flattering. But if you go to France and you don't say it just right, then they will waggle a finger at you and be like, no, and you're like, oh, okay. So there are just different cultures, even in little things like that. They captured my granddad. Oh, that's what that is. I'm ashamed because of what I thought his profile. It's a candid shot from, and I say candid, obviously it's not. It can't be a candid shot because the thing's pre-programmed. But it's a shot from Jackie Chan Stuntmaster, one of the funniest PS1 games that I have ever played. Yeah, that was a funny game. And the character, I think they kind of made the character look super adorable. That game that's a silly game. It really is. I love that Jackie Chan wrote off on that because it's. I mean, he seems like such a fun-loving guy. That game, I think, really captures the spirit of his like just innocent fun-lovingness. I was a big Jackie Chan fan. I've been a big Jackie Chan fan for a minute, but like, I was a big Jackie Chan. I was a big Bruce Lee fan. Right, the Game of Death and then I was a big Jet Li fan, right? So you have Bruce Lee, Jet Li, no relation, obviously. Lee is spelled differently. I was a big Jet Li fan, loved like Romeo Must Die and Kiss the Dragon, all of that. And then I was also a huge Jackie Chan fan. You had some instances with the Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, kind of like who's better, and then it was all cool. On the topic of love games, I really miss playing Star Ocean: The Secret Story. It's a top Secret Story. It's a top one game for me. It's that's your favorite game. That's awesome. That's got to be a really good game. I don't know if I've played that one. I've played a lot of Star Ocean in my day. I've been playing Star Ocean since the 90s. They started coming out with them on Sega Genesis, but I don't think I've ever played that one. So I'll need to take a look at that. Recently, I said this earlier in the stream. Recently, I'm playing The Witcher 3 again because, my gosh, I love that game. It is so good. And I thought they did this patch. I got to say this really quick. They did this patch December of 2022. They came out with a free next generation patch. If you happen to own a PS5 or if you happen to own it on a Series X, they automatically gave it 4K. They updated the textures. They gave it 4K. They added ray tracing and all of this stuff. And I thought, now it's almost been 10 years, right? That game came out in May of 2015. Here we are almost in 2025. That game is almost 9.5 years old at this point. And I thought I was going to go back, and I thought the rose-colored glasses were going to fall just a little bit. You know, the graphics and stuff weren't going to fix the big breaks in it. And oh my goodness, it's still amazing. It is still one of the best games. It is still, in my opinion, one of the most well-made games, top to bottom, story and gameplay that has ever come out. It is, so if you've not played it, little disclaimer, there is nudity in it. If you're someone who is sensitive to that or doesn't enjoy having that, I understand. There's language definitely in it, right? And it's definitely bloody and gory because it's kind of the Game of Thrones. But I like the Witcher world more than I like Game of Thrones. And I've never seen Game of Thrones, the movie. I'm going to be very clear. I've played the games. Between the both, Witcher hands down beats them, 2 and 3. And then the books, I like the Witcher books better. There are 8 Witcher books that I have read. I have only read, I think, 6 Game of Thrones, 5 or 6 Game of Thrones book. Witcher's better, in my opinion. I love the graphics and style, and I like the story. Okay, I'm going to take a look at that, because if it's that big of a recommendation, I always look into. I may have it, I just have not played it. I love that video where someone asked Jackie Chan, we wanted to fight him and Bruce Lee, and he answers, Bruce, like, yeah. No, he was super humble. He was, yep. Jackie Chan, super humble, incredible, wildly talented, he's just fun. I loved why I went and saw some of his movies in theaters, and it was just, I loved it. He seems like such a sweet guy. Let Witcher die or release a new one. I swear every time I go to Amazon and find a new one, I keep finding the Witcher. They are releasing a new one. They are, yeah, your opinion is different than mine, which is, oh yeah, of course. They are releasing a new one. Polaris, they announced it 2 years ago. It's still they're still working on it. They're redoing 2 Witchers. Number 1 is The Witcher 1 is getting a remake. Witcher 1 came out in 2007, I think. And they are they're remaking that to be similar to The Witcher 3, but they're making these in Unreal Engine. So CDPR has their own engine called Red Engine that they made Witcher 3 and Witcher 2 and Witcher 3 in. They're going to go to Unreal Engine 5, and they've got Witcher 1 is being remade, which Witcher 1's great. Definitely dated, but really, really good. And then the other one is Polaris, which is it's not Witcher 4, but it's Witcher Polaris, which is basically, it's a new trilogy, and they've been working on it for 2 years. So those will probably come out Polaris will probably come out in 2026, and then Witcher 1 will probably come out. It may come out before that, may come out holiday 25. Polaris, they said 26, maybe 27, but probably 26. But my expectation on it is that they're probably it's not Geralt's story anymore, because Witcher 1 through 3 kind of covers Geralt's story, which does a really good job of covering what's, like, if you've played Blood and Wine, you get to meet some of the characters from the book that you hadn't really messed with before, that have endings in the books that they kind of, can't, so it was really nice to kind of put a nice little bow tie on that. I think for Polaris, they're going to I predict they're introducing a new house, which is the House of the Lynx. And I predict that they're going to let you make your own customizable Witcher. I think it's not about Geralt, you'll meet him, but I think you're going to get to make your own character so that you you come from the House of the Lynx, which I think is cool. I've been patiently waiting for the Black Myth Wukong game, if you know. I'm waiting for a physical release so I can play the game. Until then, I've been avoiding spoilers like the plague. I won't say anything about it, except for it's really fun. Physical all the way though. I'm with you there. I grew up watching Journey to the East movies, so I really want to play bad. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. Really cool. I won't say anything more than that. Really, really cool. Physical low all the way. I'm with you 100% there. So, you know what would have made The Witcher 3 a better game if it starred Jackie Chan? I mean, that would have been interesting. I like The Witcher 3 a lot. I mean, I can't think of very many games, in my opinion, again, that match it in terms of gameplay. And one of the things that really kind of, I'll tell you what swayed me to believing that this was one of the better games out there is I remember the very first time I was playing it, and I was playing Blood and Wine specifically. So I wasn't playing the game itself. I played the game in 2015. Blood and Wine didn't come out until later. But I was playing Blood and Wine, and I got to the final fight. I'm not going to say anything about it. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't played it. I got to the final fight, and I'm playing this on Blood and Broken Bones. So if you're familiar, there's Gimme Story, and there's like Sword and Story, which I think is the second difficulty, Blood and Broken Bones, and then Death March. These are the difficulties. I'm playing it on Blood and Broken Bones, which is one of the harder difficulties. And this fight is just brutal. And I'm sitting there going, I don't want to go back and grind. I don't want to go back and buy new armor and buy new swords. So as a last-ditch effort, I've died so many times, it's been 2 hours, and I don't want to grind. I go back into my bestiary, which is inside of the codex, which you automatically always have with you. And I just look up the species that this particular fight is. And I flip through, and it tells me, well, this is all I've learned about it. They're weak to this, and this. You know, this oil on your blade, this potion, this one. So I go back and I look through my alchemy ingredients. I actually have enough to make some of those things. I'm able to make, I think it was a grape shot bomb, and it was a specific oil on the blade. And then there were some signs that I could use that would help, but not really. And so I was able to go back into my alchemy stuff, make the oil, make the grape shot. And I think I fought 3 more times, and I won the fight. I didn't have to grind. It was a matter of using the bestiary to take a look at what you could do. And that's a really well thought out game if you don't have to grind, if there are multiple ways to solve a single puzzle. I think that's brilliant. Yeah, I can't buy games digitally since none of the credit cards and debit cards work on PlayStation. Okay, that's... Well, and there's some more stuff that came up too. I don't think it came over there, but in United States, we started having, especially California started it, which kudos to them for this. If you buy a digital game, the end user license agreement, the EULA, will tell you, if you read those, I don't know, very many people do, but I do. But if you read those, it'll tell you that you don't own the game, that if you do something that violates whatever their terms of service are, they can actually revoke your access to the game. That includes single player, by the way. They can actually revoke your access to the game on the whole. And so the state of California decided, well, if you can do that, then you can no longer advertise them as buying this game because they do not own this game. You cannot advertise them as buying an owned property. You have to come out forthright and say that this is a game that you can reclaim at any time, basically making it a rental. And kudos to them for doing that, because I think that's going to dissuade people from buying those games, and I think that's going to hurt the people that are trying to take ownership away. And I think that's going to I think it's going to be a good thing. I hope that is. I hate to say it, but most of the time play games, depending on how good. Most of the time play games, depending on how. Most of the time play games, depending on how great the graphics look. I don't care about graphics, but I get it. Oh, right. I want to tell you one thing that I have yet to tell you, and Anna, I shall wait until you have finished before I start saying, okay. I was just going to comment really quickly on about graphics. I don't care about graphics. When I started playing video games, it was Pong. It was 2 little pixel bars and 1 little square, and that was what you played. And I had fun. I still have fun with that to this day. But with The Witcher, they upgraded the graphics for free of cost, and they gave you I think it's like 10 or 15 downloadable contents for free. So I have respect. 1v1. Oh, heck yeah, I would do that. I think we can do that with the Atari collection may have a Pong on there. I think we might be able to actually do that. If we can, I'd love to do that. I'll literally just play Pong online with you. I'm good with that. But anyway, yeah, graphics don't matter. I just like the fact that they threw that in. I want just being clear to tie that into what I'm saying. So I did heck yeah, that'd be awesome. Going back and playing retro games, from our childhood. Pong. So since I rebranded, I've had to rework on recreating my lore. And so I have been writing my lore since Friday, and it's now Monday. and it's still not complete, and I still have 4 more characters left to write. Good Lord. That's impressive, though. I like you. Have you ever considered, I'm going to ask you this. I don't want to make an assertion. Have you ever considered a path in, and I don't know what you want to do as a career, but have you ever considered a career in writing? Maybe being an author as you, whenever you finish university. Yeah, I hate saying that, but there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's the difference in generation, which is going to happen, right? The difference in generation is, when I was growing up, you didn't have graphics. You didn't really have graphics or great graphics for sure. I mean, you had Pong, you had Pitfall. Your characters were made up of literally 6 pixels, and that was okay. But when you grew up or are growing up, either way, it's going to be. He's trying to difficult. He dies at the end. I won't mention it, so do spoilers. It's a twist. He lives, though. Or he dies at the beginning. Something that's just like an M. Night Shyamalan-esque twist. Graphics are just... That's just... Whenever you... If you grow up, I'm not going to say... I don't know... I'm not going to say your generation, my generation. I don't know the specifics, right? I don't know how old or young or everybody is, right? I have an idea, but I'm not... But like, if you grew up playing games in the generation that I did, and then you grow up playing games in the generation that my daughter does, you're going to expect graphics to some extent. Now, my daughter actually doesn't, because despite her growing up in an era where graphics could be good, we actually grew up playing. She played the old games with me, because those were my favorite, and she didn't care what she was playing. She wasn't picky, so she'd just waggle her finger at the controller. And so she grew up playing like Metroid, the original one. So she doesn't care about graphics, just so long as she's having fun. She loves the Sega Genesis, as a matter of fact. That's one of her favorite consoles. So very proud that's the case, that she has that, but not because it's objectively good or bad, just because when you don't care about the graphics, the amount of games that you can play widens up a little bit. There's no shame in that. I mean, you can be picky about graphics, and there's nothing wrong with that either. I really love writing story writing. My imagination runs wild, and it's big. When I have restrictions, my imagination doesn't become as... Oh, that's fair. But that's the thing about being an author, right? The only restriction is really going to be format. The editors will help take care of that for you, but the idea can still be. So I think you'd be good at it. I think it'd be really good. I mean, I read your lore for the previous one, so I'm interested to see when this lore is released what it sounds like. I'm very interested in that. When I have a kid, I will put Mario 64 on one TV and Fortnite on the other. They walk towards Fortnite, I will be asking for a DNA test and disowning the kid, not my kid. Someone else's kid, I tell you. As I write my lore, my only restriction is adding curse words. I have killing and stuff in my lore, but not like really detailed. I just really feel off, and I try and add curse words. I don't generally, well, you probably know this, I don't curse. But not because I'm offended by it, and not because I care, but because, so I like, I like to try and, recently especially, I'm a big guy. I've been a big guy forever, right? But I'm a big guy. Recently, I've been trying to get bigger, and I've been working out a lot. Doesn't matter, just something I want to do for me. And sometimes the best workout is making myself move in a way that my body doesn't want to move, with weight that my body doesn't want to carry. And when I do that, the muscles get bigger. Curse words are the same way for me. My mind could say that would be an easy and fitting and filling thing to say, but I want to expand my lexicon, so maybe I try to find a synonym, something else. Some things work for some people, some things work for others. It's my preference for me, but I don't have a preference for anybody else anyway, either way. So my only thing is don't force it. Is my only recommendation. Don't force it. If it feels natural to curse, and if it doesn't feel natural if it does feel natural to not curse, then don't curse. But I'm sure that it'll be good either which way. Yeah, killing and stuff is I don't know. There's a lot of, I don't have any issue with that. I think that adds intrigue to it. So, but here we are again. We've been talking for about an hour and a half. That's what I do. It's natural to me. Every other word, it is, and that's fine. That's okay too. Like, I don't have a problem. That's the thing, is a lot of people ask me this. I got asked this, in fact, not that long ago. Younger people. I was doing my job. Younger people that were there were asking me questions about it. They said something, and I hadn't cursed the whole way through, and this conversation had become very curse laden by them. And that was the question: is, I was like, oh, okay. And they were like, don't you say, I was like, no, I don't. And they were like, well, why not? I'm like, does it offend you? I'm sorry. No, it doesn't offend me. I don't care. I just personally want to try and flex my lexicon a bit. That's all. It doesn't bother me. It's not a religious reason or any of that. It's just doesn't suit me. That's all. If I was to ever have a kid, I'd want him or her. Hold on. If I was to ever have a kid, I want him or her to not go after me in terms of gaming. I want to introduce them to old games, like, say, Mario, Sonic, even Crash Bandicoot. And then I also want to introduce them to new games. And that's kind of... So that's the case in mine. Like, I just played what I liked, what I had fun with. You have a little kid, and they're toddling about. They're not really all that much of a handful, right? When they're toddling about. And I'm playing a game. She sees... Now, granted, this is a long time ago. My daughter's not at all a toddler anymore. She's getting close to being she's preteen. Not far off of a full-fledged teenager. But I have... I'm playing a game that I enjoy. She wiggles her little finger in her toddling stages at that. Well, yeah, here, you want to push the buttons? Maybe she doesn't know what they do. She jumps the character. I don't get frustrated. Then I'm like, oh, she likes that. Well, when she got older and she started learning what the controls did, she played Metroid. She just liked Metroid. So I just had fun watching her have fun. And because she didn't care about the graphics, and again, not saying that caring about graphics is bad. It's not. But because she has grown up not caring about or not having the great graphics, it's a treat when she gets the great graphics, but she's also happy to go back and play Sonic the Hedgehog. She's happy to go back and play original Metroid. She's okay to go back and play Game & Watch, for goodness sakes. So I think that's a really cool... It just kind of helps open that world up a little bit more for people. It doesn't bother them to play, lesser graphic games. I'm a huge fan of the Super Nintendo. And I love Chrono Trigger. The graphics are literally just little sprites, but it's a phenomenal game. The story is amazing. And I like that I get to enjoy that because of the consequence of being, younger when graphics weren't a thing, So that's kind of nice. Nowadays, people just have too much of an opinion on how others look. Yeah, and that's true. That's true, too. Like, that's why I say that. I don't care how you do it. Here's my opinion on that subject, not for you, but in general. And Knight said the same thing. He says, we were talking about The Witcher 3, and he's like, I disagree with your opinion. Well, that's fine. Like, I'm not offended. We were talking about that, Ash. I'm not offended because you disagree with me. I'm not offended because you don't share my favorite, because if we all shared the same favorite, then life would be boring. So that's my opinion. But like, the game made its money. It won its awards. Clearly, I don't need to stick up for it, and he doesn't need to stick up for his. It's just a matter of we disagree. I'm okay with that. So that's the world we need to be in. That's the world everybody needs to be in. Not just gamers, but everybody needs to be in. Is just put what you like up there. If somebody says they disagree, don't get offended. It's not a life and death situation. I don't want them to be picky. I want them to be free to games and to choose what they want to play and not to force. Yeah, then that's a good idea. Social media doesn't help. You can't enjoy anything with a guy randomly replying to you with 26 separate posts about why you're incorrect and why you shouldn't think the way he doesn't. It's mental. Yeah. I've met so many people who get offended if I don't agree with them. I avoid these people. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Like, I love it. I'm going to gush about it, sure. But like, at the end of the day, if you are... Uniqueness is greatness. Sure, yeah, it's exactly right. If you come to me, if I say The Witcher 3 is one of the greatest ever, and you come to me and go, no, Red Dead Redemption was so much better, I'm going to look and go, oh, okay, well, Red Dead Redemption was good. I liked Witcher better myself, but, I could understand why that's a good contender. If you came to me and said Mario Bros. Is better, I'd just, okay. Like, I don't care. Me, yeah. I liked Red Dead Redemption as well. I liked it a lot. Red Dead Redemption 2, excuse me. I liked the first one also, but I liked Red Dead Redemption 2 a lot also. Probably part of the reason that I like The Witcher more is because the world of Red Dead Redemption is kind of where I live. So, I live in Texas. So maybe I wanted my daily dose of knights and armor and fiction, whereas, we live in Texas and cowboy hats, horses, and 6-shooters are not an uncommon sight down here. But at the same time, I understand why anybody would like it. I just thought of something, but I probably should not talk about it. I mean, you're welcome to broach the subject. I don't, it's up to you. Yeah, I mean, and I love Red Dead Redemption, but like we live here, down here where I live, cowboy hats and horses and saddles and guns are like, that's, you walk outside and you see those. That's not uncommon to find down here at all. So it's like the game's fun, but it's not as much of a fiction as what is the Witcher was for me. So, maybe that's why. Although I still love Red Dead Redemption 2. I think it's a great game. I think it's a wonderful game. And I would agree that it's also one of the best of its class. I would argue it's also one of the best of its class, but Witcher 3 edges it out a little bit for me. That I have it's really hard to get. My experience, maybe I'm wrong, Red Dead Redemption is the epitome for me of great games with quote-unquote that part. Right? Every game has the best example of that part for me is Fable 2, right? I love Fable and Fable 2, but that part for me in Fable 2 is the prison. I hate that part. Fable 1, it's the arena. I love Fable 1, but I hate the arena. So Red Dead Redemption 2 is, I think, the modern day version of that. I love the game. I hate that part. That part is the Braithwaite mansion. Details impressive at the same time. Yeah. I liked Red Dead 2. Whenever somebody would say bad about it, I'd get mad at them and try to make them agree, and then I realize it's wrong, and I'm not someone. Well, that's good. That's good. Red Dead 2 is great. But this is the phrase. I'll never defend. I'm not going to shed tears over billionaires, right? And the same thing applies with games. These games are making millions and billions of dollars, right? You could, by the way, Knight, you can disagree with me on this if you want. That's okay. This is my take. I don't cry over billionaires and millionaires, right? They're making their money, and Rockstar and Red Dead Redemption 2 made their money and won their awards, so clearly people like it. If I thought negatively of it, there's nothing, it's not worth it. Or if somebody else thought negatively of it, I actually like it. So, but if it's somebody else, it's just like, look, these guys made their millions and billions of dollars, right? They don't need me, little no-name me coming up and knocking on the door. They either made their money or they didn't. I can't do anything about it either way. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. A lot of people, when people get upset about it, like when it comes to politics, somebody, oh yeah, I want this person. If you disagree, then it's, then that's a problem. And on the other side of that, same thing happens with video games. Same thing happens with movies, right? These guys are making lots and lots of money. So it's, I don't need to defend them. They've made their money. They've won their awards, or they didn't. We don't need to cry over billion-dollar companies. That's my opinion. Again, if you disagree, then that's okay too. But I don't need to lean over a dead guy and pick his pockets for 20 minutes. Just walk out. That's true. Game brands are a great example. There are unstable individuals defending these companies that do not care about you. The only company that I have ever defended, is CD Projekt Red. Not because of The Witcher, not because of their games, but because of what they've shown me they could do for literally decades prior. And that's GOG, right? I've said this before, GOG. This is why. When you buy games on Steam, you have to have an internet connection that tells them that you are on Steam with a valid Steam license, and then you can play your games. When you buy games on GOG, that game is yours. right? So you don't have to log into, you have to log into the client. Yes, there's a level of that, obviously. But then once you've logged into the client that one time, you can download that whole list of games to a flash drive, burn a CD of it, put it on the the desktop of your computer, and you do not need internet. You can launch those games and play them right there, no internet connection needed, unless the game required internet itself, like you were going to play multiplayer. But if it's a single-player game that doesn't require its own authentication, then the DRM is yours. You have a license with that game that game is yours. That's where I will defend CDPR. They have done that for years, and they put out a big initiative in 2017 or 18 about FCK DRM. I'm sure you can figure out what the FCK meant. They are very much about making sure that people own the games. I will defend them tooth and nail on that front until they prove me otherwise, which they haven't so far. If a company's grave is dug, it is them who has dug their own grave. Exactly. And we don't need to come and try to unbury them. That's the problem. EA's doing that. EA makes great games. EA is also very pro themselves, right? Very pro themselves. Ubisoft is the same way. I'm not here to defend them. I'm here to defend what my rights as a gamer are. That's all I care about. Am I having fun? Sure. I don't care. If I'm having fun, I'll give you money. If I'm not having fun, you don't get money. It's as simple as that. Me and you disagree with CD Projekt Red, I think. I lost a lot of respect for them with the blatant lying prior to Cyberpunk's launch. I understand they fixed a lot and they regained some trust. I can't remember the lie part of that. What had ended up happening, what I knew, and again, maybe I missed this, but CDPR, what had ended up happening is they got, the pandemic came. CDPR scrapped everything in 2016 on Cyberpunk. They wanted to start it because they didn't like the product that was coming up. And they they started making things again, and they got pressured into pushing the game out by the people who were being quarantined in pandemic, which increased the amount of impatience that everybody had because everybody's locked up. So entertainment was just everybody's biting at the bit for entertainment. The game from day one worked famously. I had the Series X, right? So from the very beginning, I never had any real major issues with it on my system. So and PS5 I heard could be kind of wonky, but on the whole it was okay. The one it messed with was the previous generation ones. And what I blame them for, which I do think they did wrong, was they pushed the game out before it was ready. They should have allowed people to just be angry and deal with it. I agree with you there that I think they made the wrong call. But at the same time, when you have people that are sending death threats to the staff and such, it's easy to make it difficult. It's easy to make a wrong call. I think they made the wrong call, but I think that it's easy to make the wrong call. Now, I don't know about the lying part. They may have, and I can't remember what that is. And if that's the case, I'll disagree with that. I'll disagree with that wholeheartedly, because if it's anything that they're lying, like if it's like No Man's Sky where they're like promising the world and they give you nothing, sure, I'm going to disagree and disavow that completely. But yeah, death threats. I was actually on X. I don't mess with X very much. It was Twitter then, right? But I was actually there, and I was on a post, actually corresponding with somebody, and yeah, the CD Projekt Red dev, who at that time had put an apology out for, this is just post launch of things, but he was getting death threats. I mean, I was reading the post. It wasn't a secondhand. I saw it on his posts. They were getting death threats about not launching this at the apex of the pandemic. And so, yeah, I disagree with how they handled it, but I also kind of can sympathize with why they handled it that way. And they've issued apologies on it. They've fixed everything through patches. The game is great. I mean, it really is a good game, and I never had problems. Again, from the very beginning, I played it on the Series X. I didn't have any problems with it. So that's why in addition to that, they've stuck to their promises on GOG. Everybody else is cracking down on DRM. They are still. So I'm still very, very much in their camp. But if they lied and I didn't catch that, or if they were, I will absolutely disavow any of those actions and call that bad. That having been said, my history with CDPR is decades long. or just decades long. So one major misstep in the course of 15, 20 years is not going to be it's going to be enough for me to say scold them, but it's not going to be enough to turn me away from the camp at this point, just because that's a lot. But I mean, if you disagree, that's okay too. I think one company which a lot of people would disagree with is that I like Hoyoverse, or formerly known as MiHoYo. I don't know who that is. I like the fact that they stand up for themselves rather than backing down. It is community which mostly gives them a bad name. The community. I just realized why I've gone all philosophical. That's okay. I need to take a look at them then. If that's, I don't know who they are, so I need to take a look at them. I do like companies that do that though. Death threats are it was really sad. The guy, he was the social, he was supposedly had a hand in development, but he was running a social media account, and I was actually reading them firsthand, so it wasn't me saying, oh, I got pictures and snapshots from people giving, like, I actually am, if those are still live, my responses are on that chat to, hey, like, simmer down. I understand people being disappointed, but death threats don't make sense, right? Like, I get it. If you're upset and you spent money, you need to be given the money back. And CDPR did do that too, by the way. If you couldn't use your copy, or it was messed up, or you didn't want it anymore, they did give full refunds back for that. For a decent period of time. I don't think it was just like a 48-hour. I think it was a decent period of time. So kudos to them on that too. But like, it was sad. It was so sad to see that. For anybody. I really dislike Abby from the last... Me too. For multiple reasons. I think she's a terrible character, but that's all. Laura Bailey's performance isn't the issue, and sending her death threats for that was just... I agree. I dislike Abby a ton. I agree that it was the actress's performance. I will look into the lies, exaggerations, as you know me. This isn't a very well, they did this, but I don't have any proof, so never mind. I don't either. And again, if you have it and it shows, you come back and like, just flat out, right? If you show me evidence of them lying, which I'm not telling you have to, I'm just telling you ahead of time, like, if they lied about stuff on this, completely disavow that. That is not right. No good. I'm not gonna make excuses for them lying. I mean, there's obviously, if you pop something up, it's like, okay, well, that wasn't really a lie because they did this, then that's one thing. But like, if it's an actual just outright lie, yeah, I'm not gonna condone that. But they did. They gave refunds back for it. They apologized vehemently. And again, the graphics of the game and the patches of the game in that regard were not good on launch for last generation, but the story and everything that they've had, which remained intact, was still really, really solid. So you could see that what they had built was great. It wasn't made to run on the previous generation consoles, or it wasn't finished to be able to run on the previous generation consoles. It was just too powerful for that. And if they said that it was ready for that, then that would be a blatant lie, and I would say no. I disagree with that completely. But it is, I mean, if you go back and you play the game, it's freaking fantastic. It is really good. Like, they definitely put a lot of heart and soul into it. Death threats are yeah, absolutely. MK1 is the most disappointing game I've ever experienced, ever. That doesn't mean I'll send Ed Boom death. No, and no one should. Like, that's just how it is. I didn't either. So again, I'm not saying that I want to be very clear. I'm not saying people don't have the right to be disappointed, because of course they do. And I'm not saying that people didn't have the right to be upset, and yeah, because of course they do. And I'm not saying any of that. But what I am saying is, I won't stand with any company just blindly. But CDPR, I've been buying games from GOG for a long time. Again, 15, 20 years at least. So having a history, as long as they've been around, I say 15, 20 years, it seems like that. How long have they been around? I want to say it's been that long. Because I know I've been buying games. I know I've been buying games since the early 2000s. At very least. So let me... Yeah. Yeah, 15 years is right. 20 wouldn't be quite right, but 15 would be about right. They were founded in 08, so that, as I say, it seems like I've been buying games from them since like 07, 08. So ever since they've been around, I guess, then I've been doing that. So that's where I come from. Like, I look at that and I say, okay, well, for 15 plus, since at least 2008, we'll say that, right? So it has almost been 20 years. We're not there yet. But I have been buying games from you for that long, and you've done right by me. And then you came out with The Witcher 2, which I really liked, and then you came out with The Witcher 3, which I really liked. And you put a giant middle finger out to Steam in 2017, 2018, saying these guys own their games. I've used their games. I've put their games on flash drives and brought them to other computers, and they work just fine. Yeah, I'll vehemently disavow any lying and blatant greed and all of that they put out there. But on the whole, I think that may be a big misstep, but a big misstep over the course of 15 years of solid service is the equivalent of, having a kid who's a really good kid who got caught with her hand in the cookie jar. For me, it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, you shouldn't have done this, but I still love you because you've done so well all the way through. That's me. But I love Cyberpunk too. I think it's a really well done game. You have the right to express your emotion, but hurting somebody else physically or mentally as a method to express your emotion. Yeah, I think that's generally going to be the case. Yeah, I think that's true. I'm trying to think of studios that I really trust and enjoy. Horsemark, Insomniac, Yacht Club. Yacht Club's a great example. I think that's good. Housemark. Sorry, not Horsemark. Housemark. Insomniac. Yeah, I was trying to think of what all Insomniac had done. Insomniac's probably pretty solid too. Yeah, I think Insomniac had one fiasco recently, but on the whole, I think they've been pretty darn solid also. And Yacht Club, Yacht Club's great, so I'm with you there. Yeah, that's the thing. Insomniac's, yeah, they had a thing recently. I like them on the whole also. So I'm willing to give them a bit of a pass on that, but in the same way, again, the reason that I'm looking at this is also a lot of the companies that are coming out publishing too. So like, for example, you might have a great company, but then you have an awful publisher and they're pairing with that. So then they have to espouse that. And that's another thing I like about CDPR is they didn't choose to go with like an EA publisher, though they could have. They chose to go with either, depending on where you came, right? It was either Warner Brothers, which can be dangerous, but we know is pretty good, usually with the whole EULA thing, except for if you were in other parts of the world, in which case I think they partnered with Bandai Namco to publish it. So that's kind of an interesting thing that they published with two different companies to do that, which I assume was probably because of a way that certain things aligned with their values in addition to being able to navigate worldwide versus local law. Naughty Dog has kind of taken a downturn for me. I like old Naughty Dog a lot, but then when we talk about box ticking companies, they kind of became, especially with The Last of Us 2, and then re-releasing The Last of Us 1, and now releasing The Last of Us 2 HD, and it's just, I really like them. They've done a great job on previous stuff. It's just gotten really tricky. Recently, they've kind of gotten more about the box ticking. Sucker Punch is also a favorite. They've never made a game that's less than good for... Yeah, no, Sucker Punch makes some great games. They definitely do. Yeah, with Naughty Dog, if we were just talking about like the old Naughty Dog classic stuff, if we were talking about the... and I'm not talking about super, super old classics, right? I'm talking about like... Crash Up to Uncharted 3 is my favorite time for that. Yeah, exactly. Last of Us is okay. Good game. Last of Us 2, not a fan of. The story doesn't feel good to me. I have a friend that argues with me tooth and nail that The Last of Us 2 is phenomenal. I disagree. They twisted the script up so much, and it just the characters they made were not... I don't like the characters. And his thing was, well, that's the point. This is a world where the characters aren't supposed to be liked. Well, that's not quite true, because we liked characters from The Last of Us 1, didn't we? We liked Ellie, and we liked Joel. But in The Last of Us 2, we have new characters. We have a new version of Ellie. We have Abby. We have a new version of Joel, and I don't like any of it. So clearly that's not how this world works, right? You have to have a protagonist of some sort. You have to have somebody that you can root for, even if it's not the good guy. Good example of this is Walking Dead. I liked Negan a lot. He was kind of evil, but he was also the law and order guy. He was going to make sure that people were taken care of. And he does. He makes sure that people are well taken care of in in one particular scene, he protects a lady from being in trouble without saying anything too deep. And I think he kind of indicates what kind of a person he is, that he's this law and order kind of guy, even if he's got to do awful things to get it. The Last of Us 2 is a better game than let's see, hold on. Where are we? Yeah, no, they definitely tightened up the quality of life stuff. They definitely tightened up. I'll give them that for sure. They tightened that up quite a lot. But I don't like the character. What good is it to fight for characters that I don't like? You know, what good is it if the combat's great, but I'm fighting for a side I detest? You don't get it. It's about the cycle of violence. Crowd do in my head. I understand TL. Yeah, I agree. And there's a good way to make there are good ways to make bad characters. You know, if you're talking about, like, there are times where, good example of this, I'm going to give you just a side example. If you've ever played the Telltale games, right? And Telltale games, I know QTE, but whatever. They did a Batman game, and the second Batman game has Joker. And they tell the story in such a way that I'm just playing a rhythm game on the side while I talk. No, that's okay. Do whatever's comfortable for you. That's the whole point. They have Joker, and I'm actually rooting for Joker in it, not because, I mean, is it the classic Batman Joker? Is it? No, I'm not, but I'm not looking at it that way. What I'm looking at it as is I'm looking at it as I'm trying to think of the anti-hero. There we go. He kind of has this. I'm looking at it from the anti-hero perspective. He's kind of got this anti-hero perspective to him. He's kind of got this. It's the storytelling about building this anti-hero. Joel isn't a good guy. No one is ever fighting to say he is. Everybody knows Joel does some crazy things. What I liked about him, he's flawed. That's a good example of this, right? That's the difference between Rey in this and in Star Wars and Luke Skywalker, right? And we'll even go a step farther. We'll go Snoke. Okay, so Snoke is bad for the sake of being bad. Rey is progressive just for the sake of moving the story forward. She's powerful for just the sake of progression. Luke is both of these things subtly. He's hasty. He wants to go and save his friends. He goes to Bespin to try and save them. He loses a fight. He loses a hand. He isn't all powerful automatically. He's not good just for the sake of being good. They are his friends. And he's doing something against the advice of wiser people to be selfish. His flaw is that he's selfishly benevolent in this case. He wants to be a hero to his friends, and he cares about them, but he's also willing to let that what they do go to waste and potentially lose the whole thing. That's what literally Yoda says. It's like, if you honor what they fight for, but Han and Leia will die if I don't. I should let them die. And he says, if you honor what they fight for, yes. He's flawed. He's not perfect. He's not just automatically good. He's selfish. But that's what's good about him. The potential man. The rogue stormtrooper story could have been really cool, but never mind. Let's have him call for Rey every second. Exactly. That would have been really, really removed from China's. But yeah. That's the thing, is there are a lot of great stories with that, and it's just gotten moved, and it's such a disappointment. So. But yeah. Okay. So that's why I love Breaking Bad. Every character is incredibly flawed. There's no good person in that show. There isn't, but you still root for several. You still root for... That's the thing. You still root for... Like, going to Better Call Saul from that, too. You still feel sorry for Saul. Seeing him start off I'm not going to spoil anything. I mean, it's an older show, but like you still feel bad for him at the very beginning, or at least I did. Walter's not a good guy, but you feel bad for him. At the same time, you're like, okay, you know, if I were in this situation, would I have done this? And then you realize he's getting greedy and he's getting selfish and he's liking the power and he's losing it. But it's like, well, and that's the thing is, he's evil, but why is he evil? How did he become evil? Like, it didn't start off as evil, right? It started off as trying to legitimately fix a problem that he had and that his family had, right? It became evil. And then he didn't realize it. And it's so good. I like Gus a lot. I like Gustavo's character. That's another thing. Gustavo's character is flat evil, right? But then you see the flashback at the... Oh, I'm with you there. I love that show. I'm with you. But you see Gus, for example, at the that pool party, right, with his boss. And you see what he did, and you love that. And you see the very far flashback before the pool party at that same pool with his business partner. And you see what happens to inspire the pool party event, which happens to inspire who he is now. Like, Gus is evil, and you still like him too. Or most people do still like him, or think he's scary. Like, he's just... The characters are so well done. Yes, it's a cycle of evil and violence, but the characters are written so well that you don't care. You're rooting for him. You root for Jesse, right? You root for Jesse. You feel good. You feel bad, like he's down on his luck. This is the only time he's ever been given a modicum of power or control in his entire life. His parents have been rude to him and awful to him when he was on the downslope, and now all of a sudden he's not. He's on the upslope, and there's a scene in there that perfectly encapsulates that too, showing him pull the upslope from his parents. Like, just such a pull the carpet out from under them, so to speak. Such a good movie, or show rather. I haven't seen El Camino though. I think it's El Camino or whatever. But anyway, whatever that one is, I haven't seen the movie. Seen Better Call Saul, a lot of it, and seen all of Breaking Bad, and I loved it. But I'm going to go ahead and move us over. We've been talking for literally 2 hours. So I'm going to move us over. I love talking, by the way, and we can still do it. If I don't, this will be a whole just chatting stream, and this is supposed to be the finale. So I don't want to accidentally mess this all up. All right, so when we left off, firstly, you probably have seen I've got my borders all changed up for Halloween. Nice little bit of blur, a little bit of red, a little bit of dark, a little bit of evil kind of feeling to it, which is good because that's what we're fighting. We have the last and probably longest chapter, but at the same time, we've already done a little bit of it. When we last left off, we had the Enchanted Gladius, permanently enchanted with a 7 tier, so I'm going to be using that, you better believe. And I think you can go by without finding that, and you have to keep enchanting this one. We've read all of these books. So when we left off, we're actually here in this little area here. So... We've already activated this. We know it's got to be Chaturga because... I'm sorry, not Chaturga. We know it's got to be... Ulyaoth. There we go. I couldn't think of the name. We knew it had to be Ulyaoth because we're fighting Chaturga. I'm going to start activating them over here, I guess. No. Over here. Can I do this one? No. Alright, fine. Come on. Okay, so when we last left off, I thought we were going to restore this. We're putting stuff on the pedestal. I think we're doing something... BRB? No worries. I think we're doing something different this time. I have an idea, but I don't know. Well, we know it's safe to say... Santic. Mortimer. No. No. I think so. I think what we're doing, since we're at the final, I think what we're doing is I think we're calling... Let's call a shield. I think we're actually calling... Hold on. I think we're calling... I think we're calling this god... I think we're calling this god back to fight with the other god, with Chiturga. Okay. Okay. In the streets of the damned, blood flows along the channel gouged in along the channels gouged in stone, for an unfathomable purpose, to nourish the city's parasitic denizens, or to be used to fuel Chiturga's dark magic. I have no idea what you've done in this whatsoever. That's okay. It's been good to be able to talk with you and just to have fun in that way. So it's been really nice. I've done a lot. This is the final. So what we're basically doing, I think, is summarize. We have an evil god, Chiturga, the red god, right? He is weak to another... all of the gods are evil as far as I can... What is this? Is that nothing? Is that really nothing? Oh, it's the lever, but it's nothing. So the way that I understand it is there are three gods. The bars that you see right there are indicative of them. So you have the green one, which is the bar of the mind. That's Zelatoth, the god of the mind. Then you have Ulyaoth, the bar of magic. And then you have the red one, which is Chiturga, the god of body, basically strength. Each one's weak to the one. So green's strong to blue, is strong to red, is strong to green in a circle. We also have the purple one, right? We have Mantarok. So, which is strong to all of them except for if they team up, I guess, is what the Banjo said. So I think what we're trying to do with this big relay is we're trying to summon Ulyaoth back so he can fight Chiturga, since Chiturga is weak to Ulyaoth, to that god. And so now what I'm doing is I'm basically slowly going through and attempting to open up those relays so that we can bring that god in, which is, they're all evil as I understand it, but because they don't like each other, it's kind of the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of a thing. So Ulyaoth is not good, he's just the enemy of my enemy, which is Chiturga. There's a lot more lore in this game than I thought there would be. Like, I thought this was going to be a big deal. And I was talking with Banjo the Wizard about it too. It's really... It's a lot. Like, this game has got a lot of lore, and it's really difficult to kind of... Okay, wait a minute. Okay. So maybe a spell. So there's a lot of puzzle. There are a lot of puzzles, and I don't understand. So let's do reveal invisible. Cast this blue. Okay. So it's like there's a lot of puzzles you can see, like right there, just to make that happen. I need to run around. I need to run back over it. Ulyaoth. I don't know if that's what you meant that like, but I'm assuming you meant that like studio, like friggin' Phil Collins. That's the way that I would hear that. That's the way I heard it. I love Phil Collins though. I think he's done touring, and I'm so sad about that. Okay. Because I'm a huge fan of his. I was a big fan of Genesis, and I liked his solo stuff. And his stuff. Oh gosh, dang it! I didn't see that last one. That's okay. I'm sure he's quite ill. Is he? I'm sorry. It's so sad to hear that. We can actually restore our health, so we'll do a red one. Red. No! God dang it. Okay. Well, we'll restore what little sanity is missing, I guess. Stand on this. Walk around this guy. I mean, he's like 80-something, isn't he? So, like, I get it. It's just... It's sad, because his stuff is so good. His music's so good. And then he and Peter Gabriel sounded so freaking good together. Alright. It's just Paragon. Makes things easy. But he was so good at... did I lose sanity for that? No. Their voices were so good. He's a great drummer, obviously. I think he's gone on record as saying that, as I'm not a singer who drums a bit, I'm a drummer who sings a bit, something like that. Understandable. Like he's really, really good, really talented. But then also, I don't know, it's just sad. Land of Confusion's amazing. And then Disturbed did their version, which was okay, but I don't think it was as good as the original. I like the original music video too, with the like big over-animated puppets of Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan. I think those are fun. And of course him and the band. That was just a fun... a lot of people were like, oh, that creeped me out. I was like, oh, not really? I think it's kind of fun, but... It's a really good song. They did that. Studio's really good, of course, and he just did a lot of really just catchy. He did the whole soundtrack. Also, this go back to almost 30 years now, or 25. Was it 99? It was 2000. So maybe it was 20. So it'd been 25 years almost. But he did the music to the Disney Tarzan movie, and it was just such a good soundtrack. Like they had been picking Elton John for the majority of things at that time, and Elton John's great, but like, what? Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, I need to read what this is. What is this? Attached to the monolith is a metal plaque inscribed with a symbol that looks curiously like a trapper. Okay. A metal physique is mounted on the mountain. It depicts the silhouette of a lumbering corpse, a zombie. Okay. That looks like an automaton, but alright. So we're probably going to have to use a good amount of magic in this. Attached to the monolith is a metal plaque marked with a symbol that looks like the silhouette of a horror. Okay. So... this is where the puzzle part comes, right? Spell list. I need a horror. Can I do that? Yeah, summon horror. I only have a 7-point version? Okay. What color did it say? Green, right? Yeah. Summon horror, 7-point, green. That takes a lot of... I guess you can only summon a horror, though. I think Banjo said that you can only summon a horror with 7.5 for the other, so... Does he go in the circle? Oh, he's gonna be mad at me. Alright. That took a lot of magic, so... Do I have... I'll have enough to do a trapper, right? So, spell list... summon zombie, cast 5 point... Yeah, you have to. It's a red zombie. Oh, really? You're gonna take... Oh, okay, it gave me all that magic. I was gonna say, you're gonna take all that magic from me? But it didn't. It gave it back. Red. Okay, can I walk by myself in the... Yeah, okay, other things can't hurt me with the shield, but the zombie can walk through the shield. Okay, that makes sense. That's good. And then put him in here, I guess. Okay, I think they're being like frozen in there, which is kind of cool. Okay, I need to run around. I need to summon a trapper, and then I'm gonna need to just get magic. Because I don't have enough shield to last me to get to the door. Summon... Trapper? Yeah. 3-point and blue. I don't even have enough for the little 3-point trapper. Okay, let's just run around. So, he walks like me when I wake up. Just kind of shambling about. You have to replenish... Your magic replenishes by running around... Literally running around in a circle. Okay, so let me spell this. Summon trapper... blue. I would say this game has so much lore, and like this one is pretty intuitive. Like this puzzle's pretty intuitive because it's a blue trapper, and it's like, oh, here's a blue trapper. So I was like, okay, well, I can summon all those things. That makes sense, right? So there he is, right? That kind of makes sense. Okay. Let's run in a circle. But like the lore that they put on this game, all of the different gods, and like there's Mantarok and Ulyaoth and Zealot, like it's just so much. Zelatath, and they did a good job of it, but it's a lot. My critique of this game is, I think the game's fun. I think it's good, but there's no doubt it's definitely a bit clunkier than it needs to be. I think I got enough. Okay, is there anything else in here to be gotten? Okay, I don't know. Alright, that's fine. But anyway, they did a lot of this, but I mean, the game definitely shows its age a bit. It's kind of clunky. It's okay, but it's kind of clunky. Okay. I didn't realize this door was going to be so close, so I'm just gonna... We did all of this basically with the granddad already, but we... Whoops. But we destroyed the city, so I think this time we're calling the beast. Okay, here trappers. You can't... I hear a trapper at least. Reload. I also don't have any control of the camera, so when it zooms out like that, it's just showing me the city. I can't do anything about that. This is the only... Yeah, it's the only Eternal Darkness. And I was saying this too. I think if they remade it, and like if they remade it today, and they just made it more, kind of like increase, like quality of life updates were made to it to make it less clunky, because combat's pretty clunky, and so I think I would actually be a big fan. I'd probably go through and play it, but right now this way, like I'm enjoying the game. I like it. It's good. The lore is awesome. The story's good, but it's so clunky that I don't think I'll immediately race back to get the other two endings, right? Because there's a true ending after you beat each dominant god, is what I was told. And I don't have... I've only beaten... This is one god, right? So if they added some quality of life... Like, it's kind of tank controls. It is not kind of. It is tank controls, right? Well, it's not tank controls. But it is all relegated to one thing. It's pretty close. So it's like... If they would add some quality of life improvements... I don't care about the graphics, but if they add some quality of life improvements... I mean, if they do the graphics, great. But if they add some quality of life improvements to the controls and stuff, I think it would be good. What is this? What is this? Is this gonna hurt me? Step a toe out? No? Okay. Oh, shoot. What the heck? Oh, okay. Well. Step back up here, maybe? What the heck was that? Can I go back out? No, I can't. Okay, I need to... I need to fix my sanity, I guess. Recover. Cast. We'll do 5-point sanity. I wonder if Nintendo are waiting for the Switch 2 to put GameCube games onto the online library. Okay. I mean, that helped a little bit. I think okay was to this. I'm sorry. That's a good question. I don't know. They said that the GameCube... That they haven't said it. I think that purple stuff is what did it. It didn't seem to mess up until I hit the stick real hard. How so? Because there's no way I can not step on this, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not messing with me now. Okay. They said that the reports, the rumors, right? Of course, rumors are all they are, but the rumors are saying that the Switch 2 should be launching sometime in April, I think. Which makes sense because the original launched in April of 2017. If they do wait for that, here's what I want. I want backwards compatibility, and I'd love GameCube compatibility as well, or GameCube access of some sort. I think it'd be good. We already did Zelatoth here. Welcome back, Knight. We already did... That's not Zelatoth, I'm sorry. That's Ulioth. We'll turn this one on. Okay. Shoot that trapper really quickly. I hope it launches with a new 3D DK. Oh, I do too. That'd be really cool. I still stand by that. I think. I still stand by that. I think. While it was gone, I figured one thing out. What's that? Real quick, while you're typing that, I think the last. I think Tropical Freeze was amazing. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's just an invisible room for me to be okay. I think I can cast a reveal. What color would I do though? Purple makes me invisible. Maybe I do that and then they can't see me. I recently rewatched the Game Grumps episode with Grump. Oh, that was a good one. Okay, so now I'm invisible, right? No? Oh, dang it. Okay, I thought purple would make me invisible, so maybe it would make me invisible to them, but it didn't. Can I get a red this time? Let's see. I have awful humor taste. While I was gone, just a video popped up in my head, and I thought about which I really low quality flopping around in the background. It was just the Macarena song. Okay. And I laughed like, hey, that's all right. Whatever makes you laugh is what matters. Like, it doesn't... It's not a big deal if it's something that is universally accepted or not. There, red. I don't need health, but I'm going to use it to recover health. Why not? Apparently Aaron was removing old episodes featuring John. Don't know if that's true. I heard a rumor about that. I hadn't seen it because there's a whole playlist on their channel. Maybe it's not on their channel, but there's a whole playlist on the John era, I think. I like the JonTron era. It's a little out there in some cases, but I like the JonTron era. Like, there's some cases where it's just vulgarity to be vulgar, and I'm like, come on, you could have done better. Son of a gun. Okay, I forgot. I'm just gonna keep running. These they die every time. This time I'll just do purple. 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 There we are. Yeah, but I like the John times for the most part. There are some Danny episodes that are just great. I like Danny's sense of humor a lot, but I really like the John era too. Okay, I can see these ones. Okay, I think I'm supposed to go upstairs. Nope. That's a lever. The funnier part is that it isn't even a video I just watched. I just came up with... Okay, that is pretty good, though. It's good to be able to just... Wait. What the heck? You son of a gun. I thought you were up there by the... Okay, fine. Purple again, Trapper. Purple. Purple. Thank you. I should make that video a reality. You should! Alright, later, guy. I like John always have it's the only era that I've probably watched and enjoyed. There are episodes, there are simple episodes, like the newer episodes I'm not real keen on. Some of them I am. Like, I didn't mind their playthrough of, like, Resident Evil 8, which was recent. It's really their retro era. Like, I like the old Danny episodes. I like the Punch Out with him, Mega Man 2, I think they played, or something like Mega Man, one of the Mega Man. Defender of the Crown is one of my favorite videos that he and Danny did. So there are videos in there that I really like, but like when they're doing the Supermarket Simulator and the, I don't care. Those I don't care very much about. The JonTron era, same situation. I love a lot of stuff. I love the Banjo-Kazooie playthrough. I love John's done well. He makes one video and says, yeah, but his videos are good. I like his videos a lot. I want him to go back. I don't need him to go back entirely, but I want him to go back at least once every, like, maybe 4 or 5 videos and then do a video game review again. I would love to see that just because I love his video game reviews. But, you know, I love, like, the Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts one, Stairfax Temperatures. I love all that. I'd like him to do it again, but I mean, I want him to do whatever interests him, and if that doesn't interest him, I also don't want him to, like, do it obligatorily. But I would love to see what a modern day one would look like. Yeah, Knight, you should make that though. I'm pretty darn sure you could. I mean, you have the assets for it. I think you could probably do that. Just not a fan of hypocrisy. And Aaron standing tall like he's a certain type of comedian. We said crazy thing. Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% with you there. There was one instance that really disappointed me with him, and I mean severely disappointed me with him. And it was this was a while back, I think, a couple of years, right? But there was a fan that had made an homage to the Ross joke that they had, the running Ross joke that they had, and the fan made a joke to that, and Aaron got mad about it. And then when the fan, like, I guess donated to one of their streams and was like, hey, I hope I didn't offend. I was just trying to do this. I was just trying for it to be funny, you know, or it was to pay homage to this old running joke. Aaron was like, yeah, but, like, he's my friend, and you know, I don't... He's my friend, and it's different, like, because you don't know him, and I'm like, that doesn't matter. That your opinion on it doesn't really make a difference. Does Ross care, right? That would be my thing. Like, if I had made that joke where he's at the butt of the joke or whatever, I would be like, are you okay with it? And he'd be like, no, not really. I'd be like, okay, well, we got to stop, and we have to stop too. Like, I would too. But if he's like, yeah, I'm okay with it, I'd be like, oh, cool, well, wonderful. And Ross did. He was like, yeah. I like Ross O'Donovan, by the way. I like him a lot. I like the Steam Train episodes with him and Danny also. Like the Leisure Suit Larry, King's Quest, I like all those. But I like Ross O'Donovan in general. He on his own channel, he's been playing a lot of, like, Gartic Phone, and I think that's brilliant. It's really fun. But, like, he gave a thumbs up to the fan, and then Aaron was like, yeah, but, like, he's my friend. I'm the one that I can say that. Did I not put the rune in? He's like, I can say that because it's my friend. You know, it's not cool when other people do it. And it's like, well, I guess the only person's opinion that really matters is the person that you're calling that thing. Right? It'd be Ross's opinion in this case. It wouldn't be yours. I wouldn't care what you thought. Okay. Okay, what do I do? I don't know how to... What am I supposed to do here? Wait. There's some stairs. Oh, but I still can't reach it. Oh, but I can attack... Oh, I can attack it. I can target it. I can't reach it with the trapper, though. Can I kill it? Can I kill it with... Wait, what color was that? Green? Can I kill it with red? Did that not do it? No. Hold on. Let me try. I'm gonna try to do it with purple. Because purple is strong against everything, right? Where's Banjo the Wizard? I don't know. I figured I'd give this a shot. I may not... Oh, so it's doing something. I'm going to use purple again, because... Purple's strong against every... I don't know if they want me to do this one at a time. Wait. Oh, now it's unshielded. That's not right. Hold on. Hold on. Is it just not strong enough? Wait. Spell list, magical attack. What does it have? It has Anterbach and Red Gormer. So let's make a new one. I'll just do purple. Anterbach, Red Gormer. Red, okay. That way I can make that again. Let's just try. Do I have enough magic to do it? No, probably not. I miss the old era of YouTube, not necessarily all connected, but Game Grumps, AVGN, specifically James and Mike, Old Giant Bomb, just have... Yeah, I thought it was... James and Mike Mondays were a great... James and Mike Mondays were a great... Like, I like that. I like old Game Grumps. I agree with you there. AVGN is still pretty good, but I agree with the James and Mike thing. Like, AVGN, I like his retro stuff more than the new stuff. That's where I am with it. But he did a retro game, which I thought was kind of cool. It was like Black Manta, I think it was, or something like that. But anyway, it was Legend of the Black Manta or something. But anyway, he actually had Mike Matei do the old illustrated animated card for him, and like did it like he did the old review, and then came back and revisited it 20 years in the future. That was cool. I thought that was really neat. I like when he does that kind of stuff. Okay, I said this. We'll just do purple and see what happens. There's something really chill about stopping by Mike's streams. He seems very disconnected from any kind of games, media, and coverage. It's refreshing. I think that is cool. All right. Oh, that took it down. Okay, so I just needed to hit all 3 stones then, I guess. That works. I got purple, and I'm sitting there going, I know that purple's got... Like, if I don't know what's going on, I've got to do... I do purple because purple's strong to everything. It's probably wrong half the time, but maybe not. I haven't stopped by a lot of his streams. I'd like to, but I like he's put out games. I used to like the... there was also a video series that they came out with, which had Bad Luck Bootsy. It had Bad Luck Bootsy doing the how to pass Battletoads. And I like that. I was like, that's a cool... Thumb does a good job of this, too, because he does it in his Let's Learn. But I thought that was a really cool Bad Luck Bootsy. I also liked Board James, and I'm sad that Bad Luck Bootsy and them got into a tiff where they couldn't, because I thought his character was intentionally animated to be awful. But then they had the AVGN Board James crossover, where he had the what was it, the hold on, protect, project, dispel, summon, because I think we're bringing the god here. If I screw this up, I'll only have to do this one and that other one again, so that's not that big of a deal. Have you heard of Susie Sphere Hunter? I think her name... No, I haven't heard of her. She's a reviewer on YouTube. She seems very much connected to Capcom and receives a lot of free copies, review codes and stuff. Her coverage comes across as very untrustworthy. Anyway, my point being... Oh, yeah, I mean, anytime you get... That's the thing about the spawn... Wait, what is this? Oh... A huge stone block etched with bizarre etchings dominates the room. Is it art? A memorial? A tomb of the original inhabitants? Or a bastardized intermittent of its loathsome conquerors? Okay. I think that's the thing. One of the things I think I wish people had the... What the heck? That's just a shield, I think, right? To prevent me, but I think I can go around and cut the corner, can't I? Yeah, I don't think I have enough. I'll do a shield. I think that's supposed to prevent me from going there, so I probably need to use Dispel when I get there. Let's try. Okay, I gotta use it quick. I think that's Dispel Magic, cast 7, and it's gotta be blue. Just sitting there eating my shield while this is going on. That's exactly what that was. And now it started hurting me. It actually ate my shield. You kidding me? That's ridiculous. How much magic do I have? Not much. I'll need to run in circles for a minute. I'm not going... Well, I can run in circles. Doesn't matter. It's clear she didn't... Okay, so she recently said she will not be covering Silent Hill 2 remake at all and went on a rant about remakes in games. She constantly praises Capcom's remake. Well, I mean, Resident Evil... Let's be fair. Resident Evil 4 is good, but it is also a remake. That's what it is. It's a remake. It's a good remake. It's a darn good remake, but it's a remake. I'm excited for Silent Hill 2 for that same reason. I like Konami. I love Silent Hill. Konami does a great job with horror, as does Capcom. I see no reason that they shouldn't. Kirsten said she will not be covering it, though. That's crazy. She didn't receive a code from Konami and has gone on a petty rant. It's beyond pathetic. My thing is receiving codes and free things is this. I have no problem with it whatsoever. Do what you will, but don't claim you're a real reviewer and expect me to believe your opinion. No way. I think what I would do if I received codes... I think what I would do if I received codes from developers is make sure, firstly, that I didn't receive the code on the basis of giving a favorable review. Like, I don't want to be given codes for the purpose of a favorable review. If you give me a code, then I want it to be known that I'm going to review it with whatever I believe to be the fair and accurate review. I don't care if it's favorable or not. And then the second thing is to let the people know that, like, hey, I have an agreement. I probably would show it on screen if I could. I'd be like, hey, I have an agreement. I got a free copy from Capcom. Here's my agreement showing that they are not paying me for a favorable review and that I'm not required to give one. But I just wanted to give you the disclaimer. I did get it free, and then I would give the review. Other than that, no, I'm not going to take a deal to get free games from somebody if it requires me to lie to you about it, or lie to anybody about it. I don't care who it is. I'm not going to go and say, oh, I love this game because they gave me a free copy. That's bull. This game right here, I like. I didn't get a free copy. I paid for it. It's not my favorite game, but I like it. I'm feeling like that there's going to be a boss fight that I'm probably not going to like in a minute, because the first boss fight was rough. Did I do the right thing? Oh, I hope I did. If not, if it blows up, I'm gonna be, and I have to start over, I'm gonna be really angry. I won't be really angry, but I'll be upset. There's something's going on that's right, I guess. Let me catch up. It's disingenuous. She was literally praising Dead Rising's remake days ago, so what's different? No, it's clear. No, that's, I mean, I think you're right. That's what I'm saying. If I got a code, if I got a game for free, that's what I would be doing. Is I would be making sure. Well, what's up, Knight? That would be what I would be doing, is I would make sure that they knew it wasn't, like, whoever gave it to me would know. I'm not giving you a favorable review because you gave me a free copy. Oh, really? I'm not giving you a favorable review. You made the clip a reality? Just now finished public. Very nice. I'll have to go give it a look here in a second. Okay. So I guess I have to dispel... Okay, I have to dispel this. And then I'm just gonna run. I'm not gonna fight those guys. That's bull. That's some boo. That's unbelievably stupidly funny. Wait, what? Was I just not close enough? What the heck's going on? I can't go. I gotta go that way. I'm still giggling. Good. I need to look at my... Can I save? Nope. I need to look at my spells real quick. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get... Okay, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. Okay, can I go back here and say... No, I can't. That's a portal. Okay. Can I poke it with the Gladius, maybe? Nope. Stream will take further 12 hours without banjo... But maybe. It might. I'm trying to figure out what the heck. What else did... What was that one that we used last time? Oh, you know what? I don't know. That's probably not going to work. We'll try it. It might. I'm trying. Will that work? Can I use it again? Bind. That way it's not, it's 2-on-1, but in my favor. No. Okay, so my guy died. Alright, I'm gonna run around for a minute. I mean, that killed one of them, though, technically. I mean, they were all my enemy until they... So I guess that kind of works. But I still don't know how to... I don't know how to get through the thing. I guess maybe... I don't know. We'll see. I look silly just running in circles, I know. But that's what you gotta do. I moved. I didn't mean to. I have to take a look at the video in a bit. I don't know. It's one of those things when you get those types of moments. It's kind of what the random, like the Numa Numa guy way back in the day at the beginning of YouTube. It's kind of what those, there's just those moments of random inspiration. Yeah, Ash, I guess I would be quite to your point before. I guess in terms of the early point with the Game Grumps, I guess I would ask like what you thought of the Defenders of the Crown video with Danny and Aaron. See what you thought of that. I thought it was pretty decent. And that's relatively new. It's not new, but it's relatively new. Oh, that just took the shield down? I'm just gonna run in a circle for a minute. Oh, okay. I forgot you could do that. Can I just swing at you a lot? I have this... Ooh, I gotta go! Okay, I'm not gonna be able to get off a, I'm not gonna be able to get off a full... I need to run around this guy if I can. Okay, that'll help. I'm just gonna run around him. God dang it! I didn't save my game either, so that sucks because I now got to do that all over again. It's one well, I'd be curious to see what your thoughts on it are. I'd be curious to see. I'm gonna kind of rush through this, but I'd be curious to see what your thoughts on it are for sure, because it's relatively new. It was back in the day before autosave, so that's a bugger, but that's okay. Luckily, none of it was that bad up until I got there, and I think I have an idea on some stuff, so we'll try it again. Yeah, god dang it. Okay, that's fine. We'll just we know what it wants. I'll save before I do the 8th tower. But it's like it's that type of humor. What I was getting at, I guess, in this is it's that type of humor that feels. I think it feels like they've lost that type of humor. There we are. And then see what you think, and I mean, maybe you'll disagree with me, maybe it doesn't, but like that one I think feels like that kind of just random, silly, innocent humor. It's not like they're trying to think out everything and try to... They're not trying to, like, think it out and script it. It's just... It's legitimately just them trying to play the game. And the old Danny stuff was fun, I thought. Like, I liked the old... Oh. What did I use on this? Reveal invisible. They seem like they seem like a group that just got way too big, like so many others. The thing about it is, I don't understand. What I don't understand is why you can't be a big star that still maintains their integrity. Like, why not just be? Again, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, again, if I were in the position, would I be different? Maybe, I don't know. But I don't. I think my thing would be, like, if I got to be a big star, what did I get to be a big star by doing, right? I got to be a big star by playing games in a funny way, telling funny jokes. Like, that's what people are looking at. In the case of Game Grumps, certainly I'm not famous. Can you hear me? There we go. Heard half a word and then the game audio jumped for a second. Sorry about that. I don't know why that was. Definitely went off mid-word. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. It seems like the mixer disagreed with something. I don't know what, but anyway. What was I saying? I heard I'm not famous, and then I got... okay. Yeah, I was saying, in terms of the I'm not famous... By the way, welcome in. I was saying that I hope your rest was nice and restorative, was long and restorative. I died, so I actually have gotten through this part. I died, and then... and now I'm having to do it again. So I know I'm going to have to save. But... welcome back. I thought the Men in Black got you, man. I was about to sprint over the text to help you out. Make sure there's a fan of current day game. It could be. What I was saying is that if I maybe I'm wrong, but if I were famous, and I'm not, but if I were, I think I would want to look at the things that had made me famous and stay true to those, right? I think that's what I would want. If I'm, and one of the things that had happened was, I think they said it was with Good Mythical Morning, is people were asking, like, is your friendship real? Because now you're in business. And one of the things I think they said, which was quite wisely said, was, yeah, we have to make sure that we actually put time into investing our friendship outside of work so that it doesn't just become a work friendship, and so that our chemistry does work out. Is it perfect? No. Does it work? Sure. I think that's good. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's definitely the case. Which one was it? Green Horror. But that's the thing that I was, I guess, I was like, I would fight against, and that is be like, no, I'm not going to, I would focus to try and make sure all of my stuff was good inside of the relationship that I have with the people that I'm, co-starring with or whatever. But when you start to turn, and again, this could be rumor, but what I had heard is that John wanted this to be more of a hobby, the channel to be more of a hobby, and he was still going to do his own stuff. And then Aaron wanted to go to pivot completely from doing art to being a game grump, and that's what put pressure on things. And it's like, okay, well, you got to kind of work those things out ahead of time. You got to kind of, oh, no, I don't want this. This is where I'm drawing the line. Red Zombie. I have no plan to be famous, but there's a reason I only asked you, and yeah. Well, not only that, but I think at the same time there's a genuine respect, and there's a camaraderie of friendship there, so that if you I need to go around. I try to go around this circle. If I step in the wrong circle, is it going to... Yeah, thanks. That's what I wanted. Mess with my zombie. Here, I'm just gonna poke you with this a few times. Alright, give me back that little sanity. John seems like the type who would get burnout, not necessarily want hobbies to become work. Well, and that may be why he takes as long as he takes in, making the videos, right? Is that he doesn't want to burn out on it. He wants it to be good stuff. So, I don't know. But I think that's the thing. You kind of you can't establish your business based on the. You can't establish your business based on the you shouldn't establish a business based on the relationship. You should establish maintaining the relationship despite the business. Okay. Just do a little bit of this. That'll be enough. Well, I'll need to get enough for a shield too, but by the time I walk over there, I'll have enough, so that'll be fine. Blue. But that's what I think, and that's why I think that I think things are going to be as good as they are. It's just because like I said, we talk about this stuff outside of it, so it's just basically going to be us grabbing microphones and then talking about. It's just basically going to be about. It's just going to be taking microphones and then having the conversations that we were already having on the microphone. Instead of it being, hey, we're going to create a friendship based on we all like to talk on microphones. Is that a good enough thing for us to have developed, mutual respect on? No, probably not. But I like his comedy. One of my favorites of his of the JonTron thing, non-Game Grumps JonTron, just his. The movement on that stair is really, you can't go in like circles, so. He did that, what was it, Surviving Edged Weapons? Surviving Edged Weapons, there we go. And I don't know if you've seen that one, but that was, in my opinion, that's hilarious. That one's absolutely hilarious. He did that one, he did the Howling 2, Your Sister's a Werewolf, I love that one. Like, those are fun. Okay. Remember to have my old trusty revolver up for the trappers. And it doesn't notice, it's just wiggling there in place. It doesn't notice me reloading the gun. Okay. Yeah, I don't see another one. The Paragon Towers are easy. Because we know which one goes there. But we already know, as I said, we already did this, so we know which ones go where anyway. Oh, I hate this room. Okay, remember, we just walked slow, right? Internet had crashed. Oh, welcome back. Well, I'm not even close. How slow do I have to go? Ooh, I don't like this part. Okay, thank goodness. No, we were we were talking about games, kind of reminiscing on the slightly older days of internet. Slightly older days, I guess. We're 2012. I think is what we were talking about, 2012, 2013-ish. Those kind of the heyday years. I'm not going to say that was the best year for the internet or anything like that. I remember internet in the 90s, and that was hilarious. Is there another one? Nope. I remember internet in the 90s, and that was hilarious because it wasn't much. I do kind of miss it a lot, though. May I ask a strange question? Well, sure. Okay, so I'm probably going to get sent... Y'all ever won a gold medal in anything? Yeah. Yeah. Of Okay, shoot. I can't shoot him. Hold on. I didn't try this last time. Let me try this. Can I do magical attack? Blue, maybe? Will I kill any of them? No, they didn't seem to care. I'll just sneak around, I guess. And in the 90s, look at this GIF. It's animated. I mean, it was. That was remember the craze, like 99, 2000, may have been even 90 early 90s, but that was like craze with that little dancing baby GIF, and then what did they call it? It was the hamster song or the chipmunk song, whatever. It was the theme from Robin Hood, the 1973 or 1970s Robin Hood, Disney Robin Hood. That gosh dang it, it was that. And they would send that to you in like an email, and I remember I got that email and I was just sitting there like laughing for a long time. It was just ridiculous. We'll just go. Hamster, is that what that, yeah, I couldn't remember what it was called. It's the theme, like the theme came from Robin Hood. I know that. At least as far as I know it did. When it comes to content, I just miss legitimacy. Sure. I mean, that's fair. Just try to do it again. If I bump into another one, then it's just back to the Trapper dimension, but I'll use it to get sanity back, I guess. Yeah, I've won, to your question, Knight, yeah, I've won gold medals, in a few things. Quite a few things. Or gold first place trophies, if it's not a gold. Now, if you're asking, have I actually won a real, you know, that somebody actually gave you an 18 karat gold or whatever medal? No, probably not. I saw you this time. Oh, god dang it. Yeah, I was saying, are you asking about, yeah, I was gonna say, are you asking about if I've gotten first place in something, or are you asking if, like, I've ever won an actual medal made of gold? I guess that's the question I have. An old gold medal I'd gotten for saving. Oh, well, very nice. Yeah, I've never gotten a gold medal for saving a life, I don't think. I don't know that I've ever actually saved a life. Maybe I have, I don't know. But I didn't get a gold medal of that. I guess metal actually made of gold. Yeah, I would say I haven't actually gotten a medal made of gold, but even our Olympic people that participate in the Olympics, I don't think theirs are even made of gold anymore. I think they're majority silver with like a gold plating. So yeah, I haven't had that. I've gotten first place medals and trophies for different various things back in high school and stuff like that. I don't know if I've ever gotten one as an adult. I've been an adult for a long time. I don't know if I've ever gotten one as an adult. Okay, the thing we figured out last time is just brute force this, so that's what we're doing. If it doesn't work, then I'll just do it the slow way again. Spell list. Nope, I gotta make it. Gosh dang it. New spell. 7. This. Anterbach. What was it? Red Gormer was the other one, right? Yep, Red Gormer. And then Bunch Pargons. That's what we used this time. That's what we're gonna do it again. And then boop, boop, boop. We'll just use this. It was like a girl got caught in a fire and I saved her life. And when an event was held that made money for my treatment, for my family had given me the most money, so I got to go. Oh, nice. Yeah, that worked. That was that was the right way to do that. Bum, bum, dum, dum. That's really awesome to save someone's life from a fire. I don't know. I haven't saved anybody's life from a fire. I think the closest I've done to that, just helping anybody out, is I've helped prevent a shooting. But I think that's it. That's... Oh, wrong way. That's not that... I mean... That's... That's... For me, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm glad to have been able to help, but beyond that, it's like, eh. But at the same time, they didn't give us a gold medal for that. That's really cool. That's a really cool thing to get a gold medal for rescuing somebody. Well, the good news is... You didn't prevent any shooting. I never had bullets in that gun. It was a joke. Not you. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. I accidentally bumped my... oops. I accidentally bumped my... so everything is hotkeyed to a Tartarus, and I bumped my Tartarus in trying to adjust myself. The way I'm seated. Ruining Ash is fun out here. Yeah, it's what... I mean, come on. Why not? Stream is starting. This isn't... It was a sanity effect. Oh, wouldn't that be a cool transition to have? Would be the stinger effect for a sanity yeah, there's two more. For the sanity transition, that would be super cool. We're almost to the end, and I've already gone through, just so you know, Viddy, I already did all this and then I died. So if I look like I'm running through this, it's because I've already done it. Oh shoot. This was oh, it was... it was that one. I was trying to remember what we were doing again. I think we're calling the god. The fate of humanity hangs in the balance. Oops, sorry. Alex being controlled by Retro Room determines the fate of all existence, but it's more important than you. Retro, answer this way. Hold on. Hold on, let me see. The fate of humanity hangs in the balance. Alex being controlled by Retro Room determines the fate of all existence. But it's more important than you, that you, Retro, answer this final important question. There, I give myself the game show. What is the question? It's a question from Talkie Toast. Would you like a crump? If I could eat them, I certainly would. Okay, I remember this one's that stupid one that I have to have the shield, extra shield for, because they did the... Yep. So I do the shield... because this is going to take the whole of the shield just about, and then I run around in a circle for a minute and get my magic back. Nobody, unless you are one, then let me show you what we do. Then let me show you what we do to heroes. What is that from? I've just finished my toast. Well, that's good. Very nice. I heard a tragedy that has befallen some of the Australian people, and I'm very sad about this. Spell list. It was Dispel Magic. It was cast. It's a 7-point. It's blue. There we go. Such a silly... Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and... that's fine. Oh. I've got enough. What happened to Australia? It's from a Bollywood movie? Okay, I'd have to see that. That's pretty cool. Anna's a huge fan of Bollywood movies. She knows them much better than I do. We just watched one. Our in-laws visited, and we watched a Bollywood movie while she was down here. It was really nice. It was actually kind of neat. It was a musical, but I don't remember what it was called. But it was nice. Have they? It wasn't. It's not. It's a tragedy. Not like that. I'm over exaggerating. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'm over exaggerating, but apparently. So I don't know if you know this. Ash, are you familiar? And Viddy as well. Are you familiar with Crumble Cookie, the company? Crumble Cookie is a big cookie chain down here in the United States. I think it's in Canada also. going to save now that I don't have to do that all over again. And yeah, crumble cookie, but crumble spelled wrong, right? It's spelled C-R-U-M-B-L. Crumble cookie. And I actually happen to be familiar with them ish. So they're really, really popular. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. We've already read this. It's really, really popular. I'm going to go ahead and recover my... I'm going to go ahead and recover my health also, yes. Okay, and what I did learn is I need to take that 7-point off, and I need to swap it for a 3-point because I don't have enough time to execute a 5-point anything. So recover, assign 3-point red to that, because I did not have excuse me, I did not have time to get off a 5-point. I tried to get off a 5-point, I tried to get off 7-point, and 5-point, I couldn't even get it. Got that 1 3-point off, and that was good, so. But that's not a grilled bread Taki toast. Will be so, what do you put on your toast? I don't eat toast. But for Fiddy, I don't know. But so anyway, I guess a group of fans of Crumble Cookie, I don't know if they were Australian fans or if they were American fans with Australian friends, they bought up about $6,000. So Crumble Cookie, by the way, super popular. Super popular. They bought like $5,000 or $6,000 worth of cookies, and they flew them all the way down to Australia, and they charged the Australian people $17.50 Australian dollars, so a lot of money, right? It's $12, I think, American. That's a lot of money for a single cookie. And you could buy, that's per cookie, per one cookie, you could buy them in Australia for the very first time. But they were super not good. They were super, like they had aged, they were days old because of the flights and the getting everything arranged, and they weren't being reheated appropriately, and it was just... And Crumble, the thing that's big about Crumble is they came on, like when you buy them, they come fresh out of the oven. They're huge. Crumble cookies are huge. Most of their cookies, I would argue, are probably about 5 or 6 inches in diameter, and most of them are probably about an inch thick. Maybe some of them are thicker, some of them are maybe 3/4. These are huge. Yeah, these are big old cookies. Mainly peanut butter and honey. Oh, that's that sounds good. Being a scout selling. Oh, I'm not trying to. I mean, I'm not selling them for sure. Yeah, I have big hands, so they're not quite the size of my hand, but yeah, there's a lot. Do we have Curly Whirly? No, I don't think so. But anyway, yeah, they brought them really quickly. They brought them all to Australia, and they were in the worst shape, and everybody was like, "Oh, we're not happy about this. We don't like this." They had to pay all that money, and then they got literally 4-day-old cookies, and I was like, "Oh, are you kidding me?" So I hope if you guys are that adamant about a crumble, I hope, or if the people are adamant about it, I hope that Australia actually gets a real one, because what was done to those people who were so excited about the crumble, I am legitimately sad about. No, I don't know what Curly Whirlies are. I'm not sure what that is. If that is a real thing, Ash, you've been known to... I like real biscuits, thank you. Honestly, these are the first cookies that I would say could pass by even our definition of a biscuit here. So, Curly Whirly... I believe that they're real. I don't know, but I believe that they're real. What did I do? Cast 7-point blue. Google a Curly Whirly right now. Hold on, let me get my... okay. Phone. Curly Whirly. Is it a candy? Curly... Oh yeah, it's a candy? What is it? Oh, by, Oh, it's a Cadbury candy. Okay. Looks like a chocolate-coated pretzel bar. But it isn't. It's got caramel inside, I think. So now it looks more like Twix. I don't know. Goodness. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. Jammy Dodgers I know about. Those I know about. Crunchies I don't know. I gotta do that again. Bind, cast, blue. Oh, son of a gun. Okay, I'll run around for a minute. I think I've seen a bit average candy spot. Yeah, we don't have that here. The thing about it that I'm learning is America has a lot of candies that the rest of the world doesn't, and vice versa. But all of the American candy is filled to the brim with stuff you shouldn't be eating. All of our stuff is way too big and way too filled with a bunch of junk. Like it's. I said that earlier. It's silly. We've got color agents in there that are meant to make the thing change color, that are really bad for your body, provably really bad for your body, but we eat them anyway. Well, I don't eat them, but Americans do. I can't eat a lot of candy. I can't eat candy really at all, so I can have a little bit sometimes, but I usually try to stick to more wholesome candies if I'm going to do that. Like, I like 95% dark chocolate, stuff like that. Okay. I'm just going to run by this guy this time. He really was not... We're not friends. Forget him. We're done. Oh, we're not done, I guess. By done, I meant we're just starting. Can I save now? No. I don't know how far I have to go around, so I'll put another shield up. There are some biscuits here called Marie Gold. I like them because they fill me up and they're easy to digest. Why do I feel old saying that? Well, some of them are called digestives, right? So, Doctor Who popularized Jammy Dodgers for me. Oh, I heard him from... I don't remember where I heard them from. Chocolate and caramel. Yeah, this sounds like a Twix without the cookie. All right, it's a Jammy Dodget, but I was promised tea. Nice. Toffee crisps are good too. It's too early in the morning to have sweets, but you're thinking about it. Double deckers are good. I don't know what those are. Double decker here is a type of sandwich. It's where you have a double decker sandwich can be a multitude of things. Usually, where I am, double decker means you get 2 of whatever the meat patties are. In my case, I like chicken. So if I were going to get a double-decker chicken, it would be 2 grilled chicken breasts on the sandwich. But I usually just get the 2 grilled chicken breasts and I leave the sandwich somewhere else. One of my friends cannot have chocolate at all. Good allergy or... Yeah, I like closer to baker's chocolate. Because I don't like having all the... Oh, wait. Oh, no, this is where we are. I know where we are. I don't like having all the sugar. I need to be able to save, dang it. There we go, that's fine. This works. Yes, okay. You all be distracted retro with sweets. He didn't see the clueless gamer posts. Oh, what did I miss? Son of a gun. Digestive biscuits, wonderful. Double decker is just a chocolate here. Yeah, it just means 2%. Hold on. What did I miss? I missed something. 1 second. I just wish Smash Brothers Super Smash Wii U was simpler. I wish it involved a guy taking a walk and trying to find a cookie and sleeping. I wish it had one button. There was go forward, and there was another button that was eat cookie. Clueless gamer. I like your version of the video games. I wish there was eat cookie and go. That's what I'm good with. I feel like a kid being distracted by all these chocolates and sweets. That's really nice. Sweets here again are a whole different thing, and you have a lot of. It's a whole different thing, and then on top of that, you have a lot of additives and such. So arguably, American sweets are the most addictive. because they do have chemically addictive things in them. Okay, so we did all this. Do I just go back here? Oh, I can save now? Yeah. Yeah, I'll save now. 18, 24, 18, 15, 17, 1750, okay. I like that it asked me, but like, okay. Oh, I don't know. Alright, what do I have? I need to restore my sanity before I go in, because I don't know what the heck... Whatever's coming up is going to be big, because they just asked... For the first time, they asked me if I wanted to save. So I need to do... recover. I'll do a 5-point, because I'm here. Sanity. Game knows you will probably not make it first try. Okay, well then that tells me whatever's coming is going to be tough. Glad that they did tell me. I do want to put... No, not new spell. I do want to put... I don't know if I'll need it, but I do want to put it... Let's put a 3-point, because I don't know if I'll have his... Here? I'll keep that 7-point shield, but I don't think I'm going to have time. I didn't have time with the horror to cast a 3-point goddamn spell, so I'm going to stick to 3-point, and then if I find that I have more time, then I'll walk, because I don't know what's coming up. I'll see what happens. Oh, I need to get my... I'll probably put my Gladius in hand, too, huh? I don't know if that's going to help a ton, but we'll see. Okay, that was all said. What do I don't know what I'm going to need. Okay, fine, whatever. We'll just see what happens. I'm so leery because I had to go back and redo that whole segment again after I had already done it. Oh, it's... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was going to report me to another room. Oh, crap. This is the boss fight.
Miss Rivers, you're just in time.
That guy's got a pelvis on the top of his staff. I didn't realize that's what that was.
Years ago is finally complete. You will now have the honor of becoming the first morsel for my lord, Chattur'gha. An appetizer for the banquet your race shall provide.
You forget what it means to be human, Pious. The human race will never go quietly into the darkness.
Nah, we kind of kicked and screamed and created the darkness, didn't we?
Now, thanks to their efforts, I have 3 of the Ancient's essences. Now, Pious, this is the end.
The end indeed.
2,000 years. I imagine he probably did learn. He learned a lot of stuff, but he forgot what it was like to be human for sure. That's what that is, though. That's a gigantic spine ending in a pelvis and a coccyx. Sure reminds me of Nina from Tekken. Yeah. Did Jennifer Hale play the voice of Nina from Tekken as well? Is that Chittur? He's a Venus flytrap. Oh, never mind. Oh, he looks like the thing from Star Wars, the Acklay from the Star Wars arena. Oh, and now he's a big snake, so that also fell. Fell flat. 24 hours until the store has Silent Hill 2 remake on the shelves. Oh, nice. I know she's Chronica in Mortal Kombat. Again, one of my favorite voice actors. We're having a final fight, and you put a spell. You put one. Okay, hold on. Do I have enough for mine? Okay, I'm gonna run for that thing. I don't care about you. Can I touch it? What happened? What? I don't know what happened just there, but I don't like it. He's gonna get here before I get there. Oof. What is the... Okay, he's got a bit... What the heck is this? Okay, that just hurt my health. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna come back up here real quick. What's up here? Nothing. I hit the Chaturga thing. Gotta figure out how to... Ow, god dang. Oh, it's here. It's here. How bad hurt am I? Badly hurt am I? Okay, move me. Where did I put the health? Right? I got it off just in time. I don't think this is a point where being insane matters all that much because we are fighting an ancient something or another. Okay, all right. Are you gonna come help me, or am I just screwed? Oh no, you're actually coming to help me. Oh, I'm controlling you. Yay! Touch the ghost tome. Oh. I don't know what he's doing. I don't care. I hit him. Now I'm gonna follow him. Oh, my health is still bad though. Oh, it's Alex still. Okay, I need to be... Son of a... Okay, there was a portal. I don't know what that was supposed to have done. I'm gonna hit this again. Oh, hit Alex. That's my fault. Never mind. Oof. Okay, we're gonna run. We're gonna get it on the next go around. Got it. Okay. All right. All right. Okay, now I gotta run. Okay, I kind of think I got the feel for this, but I don't know. Okay, we're gonna hit that. Okay, so what the heck? Okay, so what does that mean whenever that happens? Okay, son of... Okay. Okay, so I automatically become this person again. But I can't use magic. What do I do? Okay, I'm gonna try and get some more health. I'm sorry. Okay, the claws of the phylactery for his shield orbs. Okay, so that works. That's a silly thing to make a phylactery, you son of a gun lich. Talkie Toaster sounded like Banjo-Kazooie ukulele. I'll have to take a look at that. Eternal Darkness finale is a countdown to... That's pretty cool. I'm excited about Silent Hill 2. Side note. Alright, quickly. That'll do it. Okay. I've already hit him, but I had enough health from that. It was worth it. He's going to try to come at me with that. Okay, I need to figure out what the heck is up with Dancer Lady here. because she gets hit, and then I become Alex again. I don't understand. And I can't cast spells as Dance Lady either. Hold on. Another claw appears the moment you change to spirit. You don't need to hit Pious. Oh! I didn't notice that. Oh, you're spot on. Oh, shoot. Okay. He's really fast for a dead guy. Okay. Oh, I'm Anthony now. Ah, you son of a gun. Did it come up here? Yep. I can hear his spell also. That's nice. He always gets a free hit, though, for that. Yeah. Okay, I'm beating all of them now. That's pretty cool. It's a very small arena to kind of fight around, which I think is kind of good for this. Okay, nice. Banjo made this game. He knows it like the back of his hand. Darn straight. Kazooie threw eggs at everyone else on the dev team. Won't go near her again. Okay. So I assume something's going to be different about this part of the fight, but I don't yet know what. Okay, whatever that is, it's not good. It's a more powerful version of the one he was doing before, so long as I can keep from getting hit, I should be okay. Oh, Sanity's hurt, though. Did I hit him? Come on, Alex. I need to get my sanity back up, too. Who am I now? Okay. Oh, I'm Edward. Okay. There's nothing up here. He's very slow. He's very slow. I'm not excited. I'm sure I'm going to have to be Luther again at some point. Wait, what the heck? There is no sign down here. What happened? I'll let him cast that and run. Okay. There should be another symbol, though, this time, right? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't... He gets a free hit. Anytime you hit him, he gets a free hit. Who am I? Okay. Alright, Life of the Cloth hasn't done us well. Here we go. Okay, it's automatically a free hit for him. We're fine. Who are we now? Okay, alright, alright. The architect. Just gonna scoot around him. Okay, cool. What does that do? Oh, that broke the... Did that break the whole thing? Not the excellent... or not an excellent idea there, because the architect created that matrix. The matrix. Not that architect. Okay. He's casting 7-point now, it looks like. Uh-oh. Didn't know you could do that. I'm just gonna run like this. He's slow, and that's good. Being a 1,000-year-old lich. I'm gonna move. He's gonna get that off before I do, if not. Okay. Oh, shoot, 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 shoot. Okay, it seems like me hitting him is actually doing something now, which is nice. Okay, he moved up there in retreat. He's not healing. Okay, so when he's retreating... Hold on. Sorry, I'm going to miss the end, but I've got to get going. Oh, you too. I'm sorry, I'm super focused in this. I'm just trying to take him out. I don't know if I'm doing a good job yet, but we'll figure it out. Do I have... What's my health look like? Yeah, I could use one more while he's coming down. There's a lot of running around, so I'm not having too many issues with magic, luckily. Oh, he's limping. Oh, am I doing good? Okay, that was a poor teleport. Oh, you doofus pious. Oh, you son of a gun. Okay, he's not doing... Uh-oh. I need to get the heck out of here. The more distance I have, the better. It's better when the camera's down here also, because I can kind of see what he's doing. That was a slow and lazy strike, bud. Okay. He's getting sloppy. Uh-oh. He's getting sloppy. Wait, did I do it? Can I loot the corpse? I mean, he was already a corpse, but you get my point. And Squirtle is beating up Charmander. Yeah? I did. I called forward Giant Octopus. Giant Octopus is much more peaceful, I think, than Giant Dragon thingy, dinosaur thingy. I think that Ulioth is probably the most peaceful looking little god that I've seen. Is this the end, or is there another phase? I don't think if there... Well...
Darkness is not so easily destroyed.
Clearly it was. I look at this. I've got your pelvis.
No. My death is just the beginning.
Oh, I stabbed him in the ribs with ribs. Okay, does Ulioth and I get to be friends? Kind of?
What have I done?
Oh, it's Granddad. Granddad, tell us what we did. We don't know what we did. Go touch the ghost book.
Quickly, Alex! We must find this creature! It cannot be allowed to remain in this universe!
Uh-oh. Summon, absorb, dispel, project, protect? What was bind? Wait, hold on. Summon, it's not that, it's not that. It's gotta be protect, right?
Ah, that's the ticket.
Did I do the right one? I'm gonna be real upset if I... oh, okay, thank you. I was like... That was the only one that made sense, so I was just like, okay. It's like project, I was like, that's not it. I accidentally put the wrong rune and screw it up there, and I have to do the whole fight again.
It's finally over, my dear.
That might have been what have happened. I think the game allows you to make mistakes until... Okay, good.
For now, at least, you have proved to be an incredibly courageous young woman. Your mother and father would have been proud of you.
You're a heck of a lot better than pious posing as you was.
I'm sorry it had to be like this. It's not quite the inheritance I had in mind for you. But there was so little time. And so much to do. Goodbye, Alex. I will miss you.
Aw, this isn't sad. For the inheritance, you're giving me the book?
I had brought into this world to stop Pius. My mistake was made clear. This ancient could lay the world to ruin just as easily as Pius's would have. And yet, as quickly as it began, it ended.
That's not true. This was a long series.
That once I could not see beyond the veil of reality, to see those who dwell behind. I was once a fool.
Do we become the new Lich? Okay. You've overcome the darkness that has prevailed for over 2 millennia. This accomplishment will help a new era for humanity. Will begin a new era for humanity. Now, would you like to record this grand occasion in the pages of human history? Yeah. We'll do it in B. Because that's where I've been saving everything else. Oh, in memory of Ben Dyack. 1920 through 2000. I bet he was one of the voice actors. 80 years old. Oh, okay, and that's the credits. Look at that. Okay, that's pretty cool. I did do the boss, okay, so I like that last boss fight, I will say that. A lot better than that first one. That first boss fight, the timing to get some of that was just so tight. It was so difficult to get that down. Even when I knew what was going on, it was just like, ugh. And then that last one was like, oh, okay, just kind of keep your distance. He's going to upgrade how dangerous he is every time. Poke him, keep your stuff. I'm glad I did the small ones, because even with those horrors that killed me the first time, I wasn't even able to get off a 5-point spell, so having the 3-point spell was kind of cool to just do. I'm glad that worked out as well as it did. And then he starts limping, which I like, because then that was actually helping me to, like, there was kind of a reward for doing well in the game. It was like, oh, you're doing well, so here you go. And thank you, of course, to Banjo the Wizard for telling me that phylactery spawned without having to hit it again, because I did not see that. So that would have taken... I could have done that same boss fight there probably for like an hour, not knowing what the heck happened. But yeah, so overall the game was good. It was fun. I would still say that it's... If they came back and they remade this and they polished some of the... I don't care about the graphics as much. The graphics were fine. But if they polished some of the controls and made some quality of life adjustments to the way that your character moves and how you could quick, slot spells and stuff like that. Sorry, I'm looking at all of the seeing if there are any voice actors that I really just recognize. Oh, Jennifer Hale is Zelatath. That's pretty cool. David Hayter, of course, we all know David Hayter. He's not playing Snake this time. That's pretty cool. I'm not sure if I know many of these. Neil Ross. Now, I don't know a lot of these voice actors. I mean, I obviously knew the one that played Pius, because we talked about that. That was MGS also. He had acted with... There's no doubt he didn't act with David Hayter there, because that was Colonel Campbell, so... Thanks to Retro saving the day. Thanks to Retro saving the day. Thanks to Retro saving the day. Yeah, humanity can continue to eat their toast, cheese, and ham bagels, and crumpets. Stop it, Talkie Toast. Well, it's some of the Twin Snake. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. It was pretty good. Yeah, the complaints that I have with it are the same complaints that I actually have with Metal Gear Solid 2. Not the second one, but Metal Gear Solid in general. Is there's some stiff and stilted controls, right? Like, I'm super excited. I'm super excited for Metal Gear Solid Delta. I'm really excited about that coming out, because 3 I liked back in the day. Going back and playing it, ooh, controls are stilted, especially when you play it back to back with Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes or 5, which controls... The story is wonky, but the controls are beautiful on that game. Like, they play very tightly, very well. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Everything's owned by Nintendo, so Nintendo could do this. I wouldn't mind them going through and doing... And then there we go, we get back to the beginning. I wouldn't mind them coming back and doing a... I wouldn't mind them coming back and doing a full remaster, or not remaster, but just, again, quality of life improvements. Bring this... Switch 2 is probably coming out in 6 months, right? We know this. We know the Switch 2 is probably coming out around April of next year, to make the exact 7-year mark of the Switch 1, which came out in... Or no, it was 8-year mark, actually, I'm sorry. Would come out the 8-year mark of the Switch 1, which was April of 2017. I'm hoping the Switch 2 will be backwards compatible. I'm hoping it will have a GameCube library, and I'm hoping that this game is one that gets considered with some quality of life improvements. That's what I hope. I like that a lot. Game was fun, though. I hit the button, what happens? Something else happen? You just left the Nintendo logo up there, so I hit start. I assumed it was just going to stay on the Nintendo. Yeah, so it just stays there. So what does load game look like now if I have the... Oh, it just looks the same. It was just invisible. So I guess that's probably going to give me credit for when if I go back and do a different playthrough, which right here I already have an Ulioth one, right? So I have an Ulioth one in slot A. So if I do Ulioth again, and then if I do that, I have to save them all to B, but if I did Ulioth again, and then I did Zelatoth, I would have the full thing. Really nice. But that's, I mean, again, nope. I think that's my big long and short. It's in terms of the game. Really good. Needs some updating, but there's a good game. I like it. Had some genuinely spooky moments in it, which are good. I'm not really one who gets scared. The spook thing doesn't really bother me all that much, but like there were some moments in there that were really cool in terms of like it was just it's spooky and it gave a good ambiance. There's a sequel. Hold on, let's see. there was a sequel titled Shadow of the Eternals, but a sequel titled Shadow of the Eternals was meant to be a thing, but it was stopped. I think it stopped completely, never coming ever. It would be cool for them to jump back on that project. I think that would be really, again, this game with, I think, enhanced combat mechanics and maybe some additional exposition for some of the puzzles, because some of the puzzles to me, like, again, bind to me means to hold, right? But bind isn't hold in this. It's the D&D like turn creature. So some changing to the nomenclature to make it a smidge more intuitive would, I think, make it a little bit better. Or bind to user would be better. That would make sense too. But like bind by itself to me just means tie up or hold. I think with those little things, I mean, I would, like I said, if it had those, I'd probably go through and play it again. Free camera would be nice. But yeah, I think that would be good. Targeting system was a little wonky. I overcame it for the most part. So I don't think, I mean, I would like it to be redone a little bit, but at the same time, I didn't hate it. I got frustrated when I was in a tight corridor or whatever, and I would target, and then either I would lose the target or I'd hit a brick wall. Back then, that was just called challenge, right? Nowadays, I think hitting the wall still makes sense, but I think it'd be cool to have a better, combat mechanic. It could be just targeting and hitting the A button, or maybe you actually give a full-on combat mechanic and make it a thing. I don't know, but not bad. I mean, overall, I like this game quite a bit. It's just interesting. So you can restart your game, but go to either the blue or green artifact that Pius didn't choose. Okay. If you do all three artifacts playthroughs, you get a secret ending. Mind you, aside from minor differences in cutscene and dialogue, all three playthroughs are roughly the same in terms of progression. Okay, so that makes it easy. So this is your Eternal Darkness review now, which is cool. So I probably will actually make a video. I asked some people on here if they would like me to go ahead and make reviews. I have a channel called Retro Reviews that I haven't really used, and I started working on them, and I just didn't like where they were coming out. I had 2 that I was working on, 4 that I had 2 that I had worked on that were pretty close to done, and then I had 2 that I had wanted to work with that kind of started on, and then but I'd like to do that, and I can use my own gameplay footage. So I think that would be cool. So I might do that. I might do a full Eternal Darkness review on Retro Reviews at some point using this footage here. Obviously, I'll cut the sound out of it because I'll cut my voice out of it. Let's put it that way. That way, you can see what's going on in general. But I think that'd be fun. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and move it over. I think that constitutes the end of a stream when you hit the end of the game, I think. There we go. Let's put some music on. Okay, that was fun. That was fun. Again, I'm happy to have done it. The ending was pretty satisfying. It's left a little ambiguous, honestly. I think Alex sounds like she might become another Lich, because it didn't start off like she was like, oh, I was so happy to have saved the world. It was like, I was such a fool. So it's like, okay, does she become the new Pius, basically, and start a new reign from the year 2000 until 4000? Are we going to get another Eternal Darkness 2,000 years from now? Which, the question is, who knows where we're going to be 2,000 years from now? But that's kind of a crazy thought, isn't it? But I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with it. I had a lot of fun with it. So next week, everything goes well. I've come out with this schedule a couple of times, but this is what we're going to be doing, moving up and forward. Let me give my cable some slack so my microphone's not just sitting there hugging the edge of the shock mount. Much better. That alleviates some of the tension. My microphone was just sitting there pushed up against the shock mount. So my idea is that we've finished Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. Coming up next week, we will start on I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. It should be relatively short. If we do one character per episode, with a finale that's 6 episodes, I think we can get through maybe 2 characters per episode, which would make it 3 or 4 episodes, depending, since some of the characters have longer episodes than the others. There are only a total of 5 characters and the ending. The 5 characters... The ending is the toughest part. The 5 characters are... I mean, I don't know if I remember all of it. It's a point-and-click adventure game, so I'm probably not going to do it perfect. It also has multiple endings. I'm going to hope not to get the bad ending. I'm going to hope to get the okay ending. If I can get a perfect ending, I'll try, but I don't think I can. Again, game is going to be very... if you are someone who is easily offended by sensitive material or disturbed by sensitive material, this game is old. It's not going to have a lot of blood, guts, gore on it. In terms of what you're going to be able to see, there's a couple of little things here and there which I think are going to be no problem. But I'm talking about subject material. If you're talking about subject matter, historical and current, that can be disturbing and upsetting to people, this game has and mentions quite a bit of it. If you are uncomfortable with it, this isn't a video series I'm going to recommend to you. I'm not a person who's... I mean, I'm empathic to it, empathetic, but at the same time, I'm not... I'm sympathetic to it, I guess I should say. At the same time, it's stuff that I don't think necessarily decides... the game, I think, overall is the overcoming of ultimate evil, and that's overcoming the individual demons that they have, which are great demons. And I think that theme to me outweighs the danger and the potential of issue, which is why I'm okay with. And I asked some other people as well for opinions, but that's why I feel like it's okay to do that. So if you are uncomfortable with that kind of material, just skip that one. No worries. We can always hang out and talk. If you want to, we've been hanging out and talking at the very beginning. We can do that, and then I'll say I'm going to start the game, and you can leave if you don't want to be a part of the game, and that's okay too. It's a really good game, but I also understand the nature of things in terms of sensitivities to it, and I respect that. A huge thank you to everybody who popped in today to say hi, to watch this, to see me fail and succeed, both. Big thank you to Ash, to Fighting Max, to Necro Knight, which I have to check. Is it Undead Necro Knight? Yes, making sure. To Viddy, obviously, thank you so much. Banjo the Wizard, again, without whose help I would not have been able to make it through the vast majority of this. And also thanks to Talkie Toaster. Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, it's always fun. It's fun to have you bring in all of these fun references, and you did it too with the cartoon, Agro's Cartoon Connection. I love the flashback that you did on that too. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to get to talk with everybody and to get to catch up and see how you're doing. Get your opinions on certain things. We've talked everything from the game industry to the way the world is, to the nature of man, to the fear of time, to just random comedy and pop culture references. We've talked about all of these things, and it's so nice to be able to talk to people about things like this that have a potential for contention and not be met with absolute and abhorrent hostility. I think it's really nice. So I want to say thank you to all of you for being so cordial and so respectful and awesome in offering your differences of perspective and also just talking with me. It's a ton of fun. Again, that's kind of the reason the channel is there. The games are fun, yes. The people are great. The room is there for the people, not the games. The games just happen to be something we can all kind of bond over. And I think it's been really good. I think the community we have is really great. That having been said, here about it's 2 minutes past 6 in the afternoon. For those of you who are more inclined towards 24-hour, that would be 18:02. And I think I'm going to let this stream lie here, give you a little bit of extra music to play out. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your Sundays, and for those of you looking for those of you south of the equator, I hope your Monday has started off wonderfully and famously. Banjo, thank you so much for being such a help on this. This has been really tough, and I appreciate your helping and steering me in the right direction. It was tough. I struggled a little bit before you came on. Honestly, I died. I struggled a little bit before you came on, and so it was just a big kind of. I think Ash actually said it's like, without Banjo on here, this is going to take forever, and so that's just how much of an impact you made in terms of helping this be a little bit more smooth of a playthrough. And I appreciate you for helping me out without spoiling everything. I mean, it was tactfully done, skillfully done, and I very much appreciate it. So thank you, huge thank you to Banjo the Wizard. But I hope you guys all have a wonderful end of your week, beginning to your week, depending on where you happen to be. Thank you so much for talking with me, and we'll see you guys next time.